Chair, sorry.
We're literally just starting, so good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's extraordinary meeting of the Community and Corporate Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Before we start, just a few housekeeping notes. So could I ask that all members are put their phones, Alexa devices, pages for those who still have them, onto silent, please, so that we're not interrupted in the meeting. If you are talking in the meeting, please do turn your camera on. If you are not speaking at that point, please do turn the camera off and keep yourself muted. This meeting is being broadcast live and recorded this evening, so please do keep this non-swearing, please, and keep your indoor voices. Other than that, that is all the main keen housekeeping. I will just do a quick roll down to see who I see on the attendance list. So there is myself, Councillor Guy Grandison in the chair. I see Councillor Abdul Loys, Councillor Alison Swaddle, Officer Andrew Moultron, Councillor Andy Croy, who's coming for a visit, Officer Callum Wareham, Officer Chris Trail. I assume that's Councillor Clive Jones, where it says Clive Guest. Yeah. Councillor Emma Hobbs, Officer Graham Ebers, Councillor Graham Howe, Councillor John Kaiser, Officer Mark Culpit, Officer Neil Carr, Officer Nikki Thomas, Councillor Parry Bath, Councillor Paul Fishwick, Councillor Pauline Jorgensen, Councillor Rachel Burgess, Councillor Shirley Boyd, Officer Simon Price, and Councillor Ula Quinn Clark. That is everyone who's currently in attendance. So we'll move on to apologies. Is there any apologies for absence, Callum?
None received, Chat.
Okay, any declarations of interest?
Guy, hello. It's Emma,
Emma.
here.
Hello.
Just to say, I am a trustee of the Citizens Advice Bureau, but I don't think it's effective tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Emma. Okay.
Sorry, Chairman. Can I just Graham? You've in the past declared interest regarding the children's services. Would you like to do the same again?
Thank you for the reminder, and yes, indeed, Callum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Graham. Thank you, Callum. Okay, moving on then to public question time. Were any public questions submitted?
None received, Chat.
Okay, member question time. I believe we had 2 member questions submitted, if my memory is correct.
That's correct, Chairman. We had the first question is from Andy Croy.
Okay, Andy, go ahead. Do you want to ask the question? And could I ask that you read it out? I know we've got copies, but it would be easier for those who are watching.
No problem at all. Good evening, Guy. Claimants in receipt of child benefit have had the uncertainty surrounding the child benefit tax removed for a year, while for this year at least, and 2 years up, and for 2 years after the issue was first raised, the carers tax have finally had the carers tax removed. 5 of the 7 options considered were cuts to this benefit. There's nothing in the survey responses to suggest that, despite the wording of the survey, respondents wanted a cut to the benefit. So why weren't options for a generalised improvement to the scheme even considered? And I should point out this is in reference to the item on the I've forgotten the name of it now. You know what I mean?
The capital. It's part of.
Council tax reduction scheme, Chair.
Thank you, Simon.
Tax reduction scheme. Yes, so that's the question. Why weren't options for a generalised improvement in the council tax reduction scheme even considered? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, Andy. I'm particularly impressed by your ghost sofa chair that sometimes comes in and out of your background view. That was quite disturbing, that. But I do have a question, and I may refer to officers in the... it's back again. I may refer to officers for any supplementary that you have, but effectively, firstly, we're unsure as to what the tax is referred to in the question. The council tax reduction scheme is a benefits scheme that provides relief from council tax for those of the most financially vulnerable residents of the borough by giving them a reduction in the amounts of council tax that they pay. I can only assume that you're referring to the fact that the child benefit is not included in the income calculation when we assess the CTR. This has always been the case since the council has been running the CTR scheme, and this continues with these new proposals. When devising a scheme, we have to both consider the impact on residents eligible to receive CTR and all residents who pay council tax, along with the financial impact that it will have on the council and its delivery of services. Therefore, when considering a new or revised scheme, alternatives were modelled in the context of affordability. The overall impact on recipients benefiting from the scheme and the council's budget. Wokeham's scheme is comparable and on par with most other local authorities' council tax reduction schemes, and we are now proposing to make this scheme even more generous by disregarding the carers allowance in the total for the first time. Council tax is a vital source of income for this council, responding to the current pandemic, and council tax rates are holding up relatively well, including payments by those on the CTR scheme. We will, however, keep this under close review and will ensure that we will provide whatever support we can to those in genuine hardship in accordance with our commitments under the emerging anti-poverty strategy. Do you have a supplementary for that?
I appreciate you're probably not the best person to answer any supplementary, Guy, as you're not on the executive, but just to point out to whoever provided you with the answer that last year or the year before, we very nearly did take child benefit into account, and that's why it's called that element of the scheme would have been called the child benefit tax, because there was a proposal that was voted on by council to effectively tax child benefit part of people's income. But as I said, you're not the executive member, so I'll pass on any questions for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I believe the second question is from Rachel. You there, Rachel? I saw your name earlier. There you are.
Oh, hi, thank you. So my question is also about the council tax reduction scheme. When this scheme first replaced the council tax benefit in 2013, expenditure on that scheme was 4.6 million. Now, this fell significantly in the ensuing years, and these new proposals that you are discussing tonight for 21-22 are to spend 4.1 million, which is just 6k more than what you've called the do-nothing position. So if you adjust for inflation, that represents a drop of around 16% or more, depending on how you calculate it, in the funding for that scheme since its introduction in 2013. And that obviously represents quite a lot fewer residents that are helped by that scheme. So as the report notes, we're still seeing the impact of COVID on low income residents. So why has the funding for this scheme fallen so significantly since 2013 when we know our residents are struggling?
Thank you for that, Rachel. Important question. And so this is, again, repeating what I said to Andy, it's an answer that's been handed to me. So if you have got any supplementaries, I may refer to officers for support on this. So the answer to your question is, initially in the 2013 council tax reduction scheme, this was funded by the government, and the schemes were written to reflect this. The scheme for this was withdrawn from 2015, when it was then incorporated within the revenue support grant, which was reduced to 0 in 2018 for Woking Borough Council. There is therefore no set budget provision for the CTR scheme. It effectively reduces the level of council tax we are able to collect, and therefore the money available to provide vital services for the community. Our CTR scheme and its costs need to be designed for this context. For 2021, we are, however, seeking to enhance the scheme by not taking carers allowance into account into the calculation for the CTR award, and proposing not to make any scheme reductions. It should be noted that in addition to the CTR scheme, the council is doing what it can to assist those in hardship, which including a £150 hardship payment for each CTR recipient against their council tax, test and trace support payments for those who are low income and who have to self-isolate in this particular pandemic crisis, the winter grant, the council-led voluntary support for the vulnerable, local welfare provision, discretionary housing payments, and the Section 13A discretionary scheme. Do you have any supplementaries on that?
I do, yeah. So just to pick you up on something, I believe that the scheme first came in 2013-14, not 2015.
I said 2013. Did I say 2015?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
okay. That was
hold my hand up. 2013 is what I meant to say.
I appreciate, you are enhancing the scheme or proposing to, but that increase is only 6k, which is tiny compared to the size of it. Now we know, council tax is a regressive tax, so I think it's as important as ever that a council tax reduction scheme works, does whatever it can to make sure that residents who are in financial hardship can receive, the financial help they need. So in the light of the reduction to the scheme over several years and the current, extremely difficult circumstances in which people find themselves, as part of your role in this committee, in scrutinising this scheme, would the committee consider tonight proposing an increase to the funding for this scheme? If you look at the detail about how it's calculated, there's a number of different sort of levers that you can pull to increase the funding for that scheme. Is that something you could consider this evening?
It is a difficult one in that regard to consider, because all we can do is make a recommendation. Now, what we can do is effectively ask for more data on this, because in terms of the scheme itself and the values that have dropped or inflationary, etc., we do not have those. I do not have those numbers in my head. So it could be a case that the scheme numbers have reduced because the amount of people who have claimed it have reduced. Now, has that reversed in the last 12 months because of COVID? I do not know, but it is something that we need to ask the questions of and do the proper overview and scrutiny of, in order to basically drill into that detail and see if the amount being proposed for the budget in February is the appropriate and correct amount. That is the role of overview and scrutiny, and that is what we should be doing. So the simplest way of describing it is yes, but I believe John Kaiser might want to come in and chip in on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a statutory scheme that we employ. It's demand driven. And if it needs additional funding, it gets additional funding. What we're reflecting is what we've seen last year. Now, if there's less money being paid out, the reason for that, I would assume, is less people are claiming it.
Could I come back on that?
Yeah.
So
yes.
if the numbers of people, the demand is falling, as you say, that's due to the rules of the scheme and who falls within it and who doesn't. So, for example, let me finish. A couple of years ago, the capital amount was reduced quite massively from, I think it was 16k to 4k. I'd have to check the numbers, but that's a classic example of where if you do that, and a lot fewer people will get caught within the scheme. So you say it's demand driven, but it's the rules that you are setting that cause the demand.
We haven't changed the rules. We haven't changed the rules
over the last few years. Yeah,
I haven't changed this year. I have not changed the rules except improved the system. And as I've just said to you, it's demand driven. And if it requires additional funds, it will get additional funds. It could be quite possible that there are people in the borough, not so many people are claiming it now because not so many needed it. Now, that may change under COVID, and we will reflect that in what we do with the scheme this year.
Okay, well, I just disagree with you, but I'd be pleased.
I'm pleased as much as you want, but that's what will happen.
I'm pleased to hear that Guy said that the committee will consider increasing the funding.
No. It's demand driven.
That isn't what I said. I said we would look at the data, and if it was felt to be insufficient, then it would be a recommendation to increase. At the same time, though, it is very much a demand driven, and I seem to recall, before we move on to the meat of the agenda and actually go into these details, in regards to the capital amount, I thought that was savings. That was the 16 to 4k drop, if my memory serves. It was someone's savings in hand.
Okay, well, maybe it was that, but it's the same argument, isn't it? If you change the rules, fewer people will be eligible. That's why I'm saying
I haven't changed the rules.
It's demand driven.
I haven't changed the rules. You're making it up. I haven't changed the rules. I've improved the service.
Can I just say, in the last few years, the rules have been changed. In the last at least 2 years.
Changed the rules.
Rachel, John.
And it is within your power to change those rules again to increase the funding for the scheme. That's what I'm trying to argue.
It will be increased if it's needed. It is demand led.
John. Rachel, we will look at this when we go through the agenda. If the demand is there, I suspect that John I suspect that John and the council hands will reach into their pockets to increase the amount. If the demand isn't there, personally, I would like to see the amount that's proposed stay, because I would rather keep some for a rainy day. So we're going to move on from that. So moving on to item number 60. Which is actually the council tax reduction scheme. So who's taking this evening? I assume it's John and Graham, or am I completely wrong?
It should be Simon Price, I believe, Chairman. I think he'll be leading it.
Okay, Simon, can I ask you to go ahead?
Thank you, Chair. So as you can see, the report with you tonight, Chair, and the committee is on agenda item 60. It's the detail of the council tax reduction scheme. I won't take you line by line by the report because I'm assuming that all members have read it, Chair. And I can see from comments already that lots have, which is great. Couple of bits I'd like to pick up on this year are the consultation. The consultation this year, I believe, was much more thorough than in previous years. I think we had the highest number of respondents for a long time for this report. So I'm really pleased with that, and the community is engaged with this report. As you can see on page 6, it details the current scheme. Page 7 does the consultation and responses. And then obviously we go into the consultation responses in an Annex 1. So I won't go through line by line, Chair. I'm happy to take questions if that's okay, unless you'd like me to highlight any points of the report.
I think for starters, Simon, it would be useful to highlight if there's anything in regards to how you feel that COVID has impacted people's responses to this. I think that's an important first question to ask in that regard.
I would suggest COVID has enhanced the responses. So we went out to the wider charitable sector. It was advertised on our website. So I think, as at this time, such financial assistance to the most vulnerable in need is generating more interest. And we've listed the responses in the report. So I would say COVID probably has impacted in the responses to this, Chair.
Okay, and it's a positive in terms of the responses we've actually received. Okay, members, do you have any questions on this? I can see Clive's hand's already shot up.
Yeah, thank you, Guy. Thank you, Simon. My question is a very, very simple one. Will there be more people, or do you think that there will be more people eligible for this scheme because of the effects of COVID-19, because they might have lost their jobs in the last few months, or because they might lose their job in the next few months? Have we done any modelling or any assessment of what effect that might happen? Not happen.
Okay, Chair, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
So, as you know, we've seen an increase in universal credit applications across the borough, and this would ultimately lead to an increase in those requiring council tax reduction. I will say income levels and income collection is holding up at the moment. I am always nervous of what a further end of furlough, further relaxation of government schemes, and further support. So I think it's too early to say as things are holding up at the moment, but I would suggest post-April, I'm getting near to April, we'll have more data and understanding, Clive. But at the moment, things are holding level, but we have seen an increase in universal credit applications. We must also remember that pensioners are exempt from this.
Yeah, so it might be that we should be suggesting as a committee that actually the council put a little bit more budget behind this, expecting that they might have to pay out another few £100,000 or something, and I think it just might be worth Simon and his team doing some sort of modelling to see if that is a worthwhile exercise. I know that a lot of it is actually guesswork, but you know, you are better informed than we are.
Just for figures, Clive, we've seen an increase in council tax reduction claimants. I'm being advised by about 118 in this financial year since April. So you get ups and downs. I agree. We need to keep an eye on, keep checking the temperature of what's going on to have an impact. With regards to budget, I do know that if we require additional funds, then we speak to our finance colleagues, and I understand that will be forthcoming.
Oh, I listened very carefully to what John Kaiser was saying, and I know that absolutely. If the money is needed, he will make sure that it is available, because it is a
key
statutory
service
scheme. But I just think that maybe we should be looking at the budget and thinking we'll put a little bit more money there. But that's a decision
Clive,
for John.
just quickly, Graham, I assume you want to make a comment on this. So I saw your hand shot up, Graham Evers.
Yes, thanks, Guy. I would just say this all features in the overall council tax collection, and there's a whole host of variables, risks, and what have you. And there's a collection fund, and there's also government assistance for uncollected sums. So this is one piece of a very significant, complex jigsaw. I would suggest really the way to guard against any unforeseen downturn in this context would be for us to ensure we have safe general fund balances, and that's what they're there for, rather than putting contingencies across various budget lines. It's always much more transparent and let's say more financially accurate, rather otherwise there's a risk of all budgets have contingencies, as opposed to the one place where we know it is and we know we can go, and there's a transparent process for going there. That would be my advice, Chairman.
And I also presume, Graham, that is because effectively by using the general fund balance as opposed to having it dedicated to a certain line, we can then use that money if, for example, if we put more money in the general fund as opposed to highways, we could then, and don't need that money, we can move it into CTR as opposed to having it dedicated to highways.
That's exactly right, Chairman. It's the swings and roundabouts across. I can see your
apologies.
Yes, it's the upsides and downsides across the whole plethora of budget lines. You're absolutely right. There is a danger if one takes each budget line in isolation and puts contingency there, then you can imagine what that might do to the drains on the council's finances and budget setting if we took a more individual line approach. Does that make sense?
That's to me.
Can I just add very quickly to that? I mean,
yes.
Clive's right what he says. It's demand driven. We don't just turn the tap off if we get one too many and we can't afford it. It's a demand driven. It's something we have to do statutorily. So we do it. And I see reserves not as a measure of not any sort of status symbol. I see reserves very much as a fire extinguisher. And if your house is on fire, you have to use them. And this is one of those cases where we would probably do it.
Thank you, John. Graham Howe, I can see your hands up.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, as it happens, my namesake, I think, has answered the question, because I was going to go and ask what the upside downside could be. I know it's a bit of a how long is a piece of string question, but I think that Graham answered that question in his response to Clive, so I'm done.
Okay, thank you. I can see Paul, your hand shut up.
Thank you, Guy. One of my questions has been actually answered, which was the increase in for 2020-2021, which was 118, I think Simon said. But how many people are actually on the council tax reduction scheme at the moment?
I'm going to defer that if that's okay. Nikki, have we got that figure in front of us?
Yes, it's 3,896.
So it's 3,986 people.
3,896.
3,896. Okay, thank you. So it's 3,896 people currently on the council tax reduction scheme, but we only managed to get 105 responding. And that was only 17% of responders. So the results came back heavily weighted on responders who are not involved in the council tax reduction scheme and probably are not in that position where they are in difficulties. And that to me is very worrying. And I think we need to put a lot more effort into actually getting responses back from people who are on the council tax reduction scheme as opposed to outside of that, because that could have heavily influenced the results.
You stole my question, Paul. Yeah, I'd like an answer on that as well.
And the baby.
So, Paul, can you just clarify? So your point is that we haven't reached out to the people who are actually in receipt of the council tax reduction.
Correct. Yeah.
I take your point. The scheme, the consultation is advertised. We send it to all our voluntary sector partners. You know yourself with council consultations that obviously those who want to respond who will, but I take your point and officers will take that away and we'll look at how we can increase the reach next year, maybe working with DWP and other partners to see if we can get more responses. But we'll look at that and we'll come back to you if that's okay.
A simple option on this, Simon, and this is just me thinking off the top of my head, is it possible for those, I assume when council tax reduction scheme is approved, as it were, a letter basically goes out confirming it. Is it easy? Would it be possible to effectively attach a survey to that letter and ask it to be filled in return? Because that would increase some responses. Just thinking off the top of my head here.
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm that all council tax notifications and council tax bills, so going to all people, I understand there was a flyer about the consultation attached. But I think there's always more we could do, Paul, and I think we'll look into that for next year for you.
Yeah, thank you. My real concern is the result being influenced by people who are not on the council tax reduction scheme, and they will vote the way they, want to vote, but they're not in that position. And we really need to have people who are in that position responding, and every effort needs to be made to do that. My other one is just really a point, and it was the first question in the consultation. I don't think very many people would actually understand what that question really meant. And I think that's really been influenced by and reflected by the response on they don't know or neither answered, because that was 16%, where all the other responses where they didn't know were considerably lower than that. I think it's a question that needs to be either reworded or explained differently. Most people just won't understand it.
Okay, point taken, Paul. We'll take that away and make sure we look at it for the next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Emma's hand, and then we'll go to Shirley.
Hi, Guy, Simon, and everybody else. I actually agree with what Paul has just said. My only concern is, and I know it's very limited, the numbers of returns, people do get embarrassed about reporting things like this. They don't want their names to come to the top of the sort of list. I think they're always nervous of government departments. So maybe next year we could word it very, very, very carefully so we don't embarrass anybody for this.
Chair, are you okay for me to respond?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Emma. What I will say is, yes, definitely. My colleague Nikki, who's the expert in this area, has agreed that the review of the consultation was already in for next year anyway, so we will definitely do that.
Thanks, Simon. Love the baby.
She's stealing the show tonight. Shirley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just one other thing on the consultation. I remember thinking at the time when I read it, there was a question which said, do you believe that everybody should contribute towards the council tax? And the kind of inference for someone who doesn't know the system and how council tax reduction works, I think their assumption would be that there are some people in the borough who pay nothing towards council tax, but that's not in fact quite correct, is it? Because everybody, even if they're on the council tax reduction scheme, pays something, and I think that maybe that question was a bit skewed. So for a future consultation, maybe that needs to be looked at.
I will say this quickly, Shirley, before Simon comes back, is that students do not pay council tax.
I'm sorry, yes.
And pensioners, Chair.
Well, I'm a pensioner.
Pensioners don't pay council tax, as far as I understand. Is that correct, Nikki?
No, we pay council tax.
Unfortunately, no, they do pay. It's the for the council tax reduction scheme. There's a default scheme, a government default scheme that pensioners come under.
Okay, apologies for my wrong comment there, Chair.
But it's not all pensioners, Simon, because I'd want a rebate otherwise.
Apologies.
No problem. You're thinking schemes rather than actual things. Anything else? Oh, no, hand's gone down. Okay. Does anyone else have anything on this one? Oh, Alison, I see your hand shut up.
Have we implemented that foster carers do not pay council tax now?
Nikki, could you confirm that for me?
That's actually a council tax question. It's comes under whether they've got an exemption for council tax, I believe. As far as I know, there is something, but I would rather take that away, Chair, if that's all right, and just check it. But that's actually a council tax question, not.
It's not part of this scheme.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Abdul.
Thank you, Guy. Just been listening to the whole lot. I feel we need better, more robust coordination of engagement and consultation with the service users and carers than what we've done so far, because it's very less what has come back out of 3,800 is very less. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul.
Again, I refer to my previous answer on that, Chair. We'll take that away and make sure we review it thoroughly and make sure we look at how we can extend the reach on this.
Thank you, Simon.
John.
Chair, I just wish to make one comment, which is quite important. We have extended the scheme this year, and we felt that carers, specifically carers, because of the pressures that they're under, not just because of COVID, but as people get older in the borough, there's more and more people looking after relatives. So we felt that it was only fair to extend to carers. So we have enhanced the scheme, and I'd like to have been able to enhance the scheme even more. But after all, we are spending residents' money, taxpayers' money. Basically, it's not my money, it's not your money. Indirectly, I guess it is, but it's everybody. But we've done what we possibly can to make the scheme that much fairer. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, on this, I'll make a few quick observations, and I think that the points that have been made in regards to the amount of returns to the consultation, I think we need to look at it and try and get better than this year, because 100 and something others of people that were on the scheme that responded out of little under 4,000 is not a decent. I can't say a decent representation, but I would like to see that much higher in responses in due time. I think the recommendation to what we are proposing to, I believe this is going to the executive in January, or is this going to full budget? And the improvements to the scheme is sound, and I think we should recommend it to the executive / budget personally. So I believe this is a recommendation, isn't it, Callum?
It's up to you, Chairman. The committee can resolve to recommend something to the executive, or you can simply note the report and note the comments that the officers have said they'll take away. So it's up to you.
I think it would be good to note the report. I also think it would be very important. It's very important to note what John and Graham have said in regards to the need to increase if required, if we do keep more. So I think that would be the more appropriate way to do it. Okay. With that going on, we can move on to the next item on the agenda, which is, I am having to do things one-handed currently. I believe we're getting an update on the May elections. Is that you?
That will
Andrew?
be Andrew, Chairman.
It is, Chairman.
Then, please, because this is going to be an interesting one.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to the committee for giving me the opportunity just to share with you the planning decisions that have been made with regard to the May 2021 elections and the timing of the counts. So the report is for the committee to note, but I just wanted to share a few key points and a few thoughts from myself as returning officer. So, like any election, there's two key things in my mind in terms of planning assumptions or planning decisions. So the first is about the timeliness of the count. So thinking about as soon as possible after polling day to actually undertake the count. But equally important, and as important, is the accuracy of the results, which I'm sure all members would totally understand. So in any election year, those are the two key things at the forefront of my mind. But of course, this year in particular, we're planning on the assumption that we will have significant COVID restrictions in place, which have led me to the position that I present to you this evening in the report itself. So just to remind members, we've got potentially 3 different sets of elections on Thursday, the 6th of May next year. So the first is the Police and Crime Commissioner election for the Thames Valley Police area. The second is the borough elections for 18 wards out of our 25 wards. And we've also potentially got some parish elections that are scheduled. We don't know yet whether they'll be contested, but we do know that in this current year, we've had 2 town council by-elections called. So those town council by-elections will take place as well on Thursday, the 6th of May. So just to finish my introduction by just talking about the timing of the different counts. And I'll start off firstly with perhaps what is the most straightforward. So this is the Police and Crime Commissioner count. So I am the local returning officer for the Wokingham area. I'm instructed by the police area returning officer, who is the Chief Executive of Oxfordshire. And she's instructed all local returning officers that the count will be held on the Monday, which is the Monday, the 10th of May. In terms of the borough and parish elections, obviously some members will be well used to the overnight counts that typically we would hold immediately after the close of polls. This time, though, I've taken the decision that it would be more appropriate, taking into account particularly the accuracy contemplation that I discussed, that we will hold the borough and parish counts on Friday the 7th of May during the daytime. And there's a number of different reasons as part of the rationale for coming to that decision. Firstly, the counts themselves are likely to take longer given the restrictions that we expect to be working under. Right across all the election processes in the lead up to the election, polling day itself, and then the count processes, we know that we're going to need more staff because of the COVID environment that we're working in. And one of the key considerations is that in an overnight count, we don't have available to us the staff that would have been working on polling day in polling stations. Having the count on the Friday gives us access to a wider pool of staff. We do know that the pool of staff is likely to be limited in terms of potentially people self-isolating or reluctant to work for us in the current environment. And also the benefit of the Friday is that potentially if we do need it, and we won't know that at this sort of early stage in the process, but we do have the Saturday as a contingency to fall back on should we not be able to complete the counts during the Friday. But at the moment, I'm working on that planning assumption that we can, with a reasonably early start on the Friday morning, we can get through all the counts that we need to do during that day. Members, I'm sure, would want to ask the question, sort of, well, what are other authorities doing? I think it's fair to say that a number of authorities like Wokingham are moving to daytime counts. From my knowledge, it's only those councils that have a significantly large venue to undertake their count in, and therefore they have that sort of flexibility of space and social distancing, etc., that are still proposing to hold an overnight count. So for all of those reasons, that's why I've reached that decision in terms of the Friday being the appropriate date, appropriate time to hold the counts for the borough and parish elections. I'm going to pause there, Chairman, and very happy to take any questions that members have got.
Okay, the first hand I saw shut up was Emma.
Hello, Andrew.
Hi,
I
Emma.
absolutely agree with you wholeheartedly. I think this is the best way that we can go forward. It's the most accurate way of going forward, especially as you say. The only question I would ask is, due to the fact that we'll be separating, sorry, yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, is there another hall available that you can maybe split some people, some in the main Loddon Hall and somebody in another hall just round the corner somewhere? It's only just see if you could help you out.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we've been looking at. At the moment, we don't think that would be feasible to split things. But yeah, thank you for your supportive comments in terms of the Friday. I think it's probably fair to say that, you know, we're still at a relatively early stage in terms of our planning. But one of the things that I'm keen to make sure this year in particular, even more so than usual years, is we communicate early and we communicate well, particularly with candidates and agents, so that they understand all the different aspects of the planning for the election that will be undertaken. So we'll be doing a lot of communications as we move into 2021.
Subject to it happening.
Thank you, Emma. Clive.
Thank you, Andrew. My recollection of 2019, when we had the borough, I think, overnight, and then the town council on Friday, was that we finished around about 4:30, and we'd done all of the town council elections, which were more or less across the whole borough. But bearing that in mind, what time are you going to start? I know you said you're thinking of a fairly early start, but is it 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:30, 9 o'clock? Because I think in 2019 it was sort of a 10 o'clock start, and I think it's going to be a bit slower because of the COVID restrictions. So I'd have said an earlier as possible start would be good.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Clive. We've not agreed on a final time for starting yet, but I think you make some really good points about starting as early as is realistic for both staff, but also candidates and agents. So yeah, we'll certainly take that away, and we'll confirm pretty soon in the new year what the further details would be. But it's a good point. Thank you, Clive.
Yeah, not before 8 o'clock, please.
Don't know what you're talking about. I'm up at 6 every morning. Abdul.
Thank you, Guy. It's just for clarification. In case there is any dispute or any sort of accountability question, this is how will conflict or disagreement be managed in the system, because it's COVID-19, everyone in different areas. Andrew?
If you mean within the count processes themselves, yes. Abdul, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that obviously for everybody concerned, we need to make sure that we're COVID safe. But in terms of the transparency of the count processes, that they will be as transparent and objective as you have seen in the past and you would expect to see in any election. So that's the key principle that we'll be working under. It is just that to be able to deliver that in a COVID environment, it may mean that things take longer for us to do. But if I've understood your question correctly, Abdul,
yes,
I'd like to reassure you that we're totally onto that particular issue, and I don't envisage at this juncture that I see any particular problems with that regard.
Thank you, Alison.
Andrew, I completely agree that it's essential to operate the count with highest regard to the safety of the counters and those attending, and clearly it will take a lot longer. If we were to start at 8 a.m, what time would you say we had to stop and then restart on Saturday?
Again, I couldn't give you a definitive answer at this point in time. I would say off the top of my head, sort of if we got into the early evening of the Friday, then we'd need to consider, given how much we've got left. I mean, for example, if we only had one parish count to complete, I'd want to try and complete it on the Friday. But I think it depends on the particular circumstances. I think as we do more detailed planning in the early months of next year, I would be able to give all candidates and agents a better answer than I can give tonight in terms of precisely how long. But that's probably the best I can say at this point in time, Alison.
Okay, so where I was heading with this, with more of an ONS member head on, is I think it's very likely that we would need the Saturday as well. And there's no mention of the extra cost of that. I mean, clearly having a second day, we've got the cost of the building plus all the staff. So you weren't able to put a figure into the paper?
I couldn't give you a cost at this point in time, I think, but I'd make a more general point that I think it's quite likely, well, almost certain, that the costs of running elections in a time of COVID are going to be more expensive for obvious reasons than they would be in a so-called normal year. We're certainly in close contact with the Cabinet Office in terms of any additional funding that would be made available to councils to recognise the fact that we are incurring additional costs. But again, that's part of the sort of the planning assumptions that we're making at the moment. So yeah, I'll certainly take that point away, Alison.
So are you looking for an increased budget for the next year then?
Not at this stage. As I say, I expect, this has been the experience in the past, that if there are additional costs that local authorities incur through no fault of their own, then typically the government would seek to reimburse councils for those costs. So I wouldn't anticipate those costs falling on the Wokingham taxpayer.
Okay, because I think we can all be fairly certain that there will be a far higher proportion of voters choosing to vote by post. And I know that takes a lot of staff time with all of the stages of opening and checking and verifying, and then they have to be counted on the night. So yes, I certainly think that we will be the cost of this election will be far higher than 2019. Thank you for your answers, Andrew.
Thank you, Alison. Graham?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Andrew. I don't know if this is within your remit or not, but of course we've got a number of halls around the borough, and they will need extra staffing or facilitation for shepherding the general public through, or the electorate through, and that will have an impact on time and cost. I wondered if you could give us any guidance and thoughts on that, because so far we've just been talking about the actual count itself.
Yeah, we're looking at all the halls that we intend to use, and in fact I will be bringing a report to council in January with regard to some of our polling stations and their suitability and what alternatives we might need to look at. I think the point about staffing is again well made, Graham, that at the moment we are looking at potentially, not necessarily all our polling stations, but in some of them putting in extra staff to, as you say, sort of marshal or shepherd, or make sure that that the voters are safe. Again, that's all part of the planning work that we're doing right now. It's a very sort of fluid situation, as you can imagine. We had some guidance that came out from the Electoral Commission yesterday, specifically about polling stations. And with the Cabinet Office, we're providing information to them, as all local authorities are, early in January in terms of anticipated numbers, extra costs that we may be incurring. So going back to Alison's question, yeah, we recognise that there's likely to be a heavier resource requirement, and all I can say at this stage is I think the Cabinet Office are recognising that and are making sort of favourable noises with that regard at the moment.
Thank you, Andrew. So work in progress. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Just quick. I'm going to quickly, because there's a couple of questions here that following on from Graham that I just want to quickly ask before I go to Paul. The first one is in regards to polling stations. Now, I had a letter from, I had a request from a school that's a polling place in my district, and the letter they received made me scratch my head, because it stated that they did not, that the council did not expect the school to close. Now that just made me scratch my head, because in a period of COVID, you would have to close a school if a school is a polling station. That just seems common sense to me. Is that included in the guidance in that regard?
Well, I'm aware of the particular school that you're referring to there, Guy, and I'm going to be meeting with the head teacher early in January to clarify matters if there's any misunderstanding with regard to that. I think with that particular school, there's probably additional support that we need to provide, again, in terms of marshalling of voters to that polling station, both for the benefit of the voter, but also to reassure the school as well in terms of how that will work on the day. I do think that's perhaps wrong in the sense of if we miscommunicated that to the school. I think in reality, probably that school won't be available to pupils on that day. But as I say, I'm aware of that, and it's something I'll pick up with the head teacher early in January.
Okay, me and you will pick this up offline then at a later date. Okay, and just quickly, because I must admit, with everything that's been going on with this mutated strain and everything, part of me sitting here thinking, are we going to have an election in 2021? Don't know. Is it going to be physical and polling stations? Don't know. Or is it going to be, and this is a double-ended question, are we going to end up with a full postal vote like they have in Oregon, where they did away with the ballot box like in '99 or something in the US? And also I assume that you're expecting more postal votes if we do end up with a normal election in May.
Yeah, if I just start with the last bit, yeah, absolutely. I expect there to be a higher incidence of postal votes for this election. All I can say in terms of whether the election will take place or not is the Cabinet Office have been very clear that they expect the May 21 elections to go ahead, and that's the only information that I've got at the moment, and we're very much sort of planning on the basis that 6th of May 2021 will be a polling day for those three different sets of elections. But as I say, it's a very fluid situation. It was probably around late March, early April time that the government postponed the May 2020 elections, and ultimately I'm in the hands of the Cabinet Office in terms of any directives that come out closer to the date.
Yeah. Okay. No problem at all. Right, that's a couple of my questions answered, and I need to have a chat with you offline, Andrew. Paul.
Thank you, Guy. Hi, Andrew. On page 20, you mentioned about various counts may need to be staggered. When it comes to the borough ward counts, let's say you're starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, are you looking at 6 wards, for example, being counted from 8 o'clock to a particular period, and then you do another 6 wards after that, and so on, and limiting the people allowed into the area who only are involved with those particular wards?
Again, that's a really sort of topical question for us in terms of precisely how we're going to do it on the day, on the Friday. I think staggering the counts is a real possibility. What I can't answer today, Paul, is sort of, will we do it in 6s or how will we do it? But also the transparency of the election process is obviously really important to myself, but to everyone. So, for example, you know, you'll be familiar in a normal election process that we'd start with verification. So all the boxes being emptied together to do that initial verification stage. That, again, we've not made any sort of final decisions. Part of this is because the Electoral Commission are providing advice on these sorts of detailed planning matters, certainly week to week at the moment. So I haven't got a definitive answer. One thing that does cross my mind, Chairman, with your permission, is whether or not you may find it useful as a committee for me to come back later or early in 2021, but maybe not too early, maybe not your next meeting, but perhaps when there's a little bit more detail and I can share with you some of that detail and you can provide that really helpful challenge in terms of the thinking that we're doing as officers with regard to this. But yeah, it's a good question, Paul, and again, it's about balancing people's safety and doing this in a COVID compliant way, but at the same time as making sure that we're not inadvertently reducing the transparency of the election process and the count process.
Thank you. You actually answered my next question, which was, could we, Chair, bring another report back in a few months' time, exactly as Andrew just said.
And I completely agree with that, because I think we'll need to communicate it to the general public. I mean, right now, my gut feeling is that and this is just with everything that's been going on in the last few weeks and the amount of vaccines and things like that, I can't see the elections happening in May. First week of September, before the schools go back, I can definitely see it happening then. And that's my gut feeling. Shirley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Andrew. Yeah, just thinking about if we don't go over to completely postal voting and we have used polling stations, that's going to require a little bit. I'm thinking of some of the polling stations that we use where there's only one way in and one way out, and the one way in is quite a narrow funnel. So it may well be. I'm assuming you're probably going to be looking at alternative venues for polling stations as well.
Yeah, well, two things I'd say about that, Shirley. Firstly, is we've been in touch with all our polling stations that we intend to use in May, and we've been checking exactly that point that you made there in terms of sort of separate exits and entrances. For example, the space within, in terms of, can we run a COVID compliant polling station within that venue? We do have one or two concerns, and as I say, we'll be bringing back some proposals to council in January with regard to one or two specific areas where we've potentially got problems and we need to look at an alternative venue. I think what I would say is that any ward members that are impacted directly by that, we will be in touch in advance of any report to council, so that the ward members have got an opportunity to sort of feed into that process. And again, an open offer to any members who've got any concerns about the polling stations in their particular wards to get in touch with me. That would be very helpful. But we're certainly on it in terms of being surveying each of those polling stations already to check out that we can use them properly in May.
Yeah, great. Okay, yeah, because I'm thinking of one in my ward in particular, which I think could be a tricky one. So I'll drop you a note separately about that one.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I think this is going to be an interesting topic for the next few months. So look forward to hearing back from you. And this is going to be interesting. Okay, moving on to the next item, which is, I really should just print out the first page of this and just keep it in front of me. We're going on to the meat of the agenda, so we're going on to the MTFP. Paul, by the way, your hand's still up. I assume you were done. Okay, so pages 23 to 116. Now, I know we do actually have the supplementary as well, as there was a few errors in the first instance of this report coming out. So who is taking this first? So actually, sorry, I believe it's Charles first. I promised him first go, and so it's you. So Graham, do you want to set the scene, and then we'll go straight into adult social care?
Yes, sure. Yeah, I can. Once I go into the slides, I can play this any way I'm directed. So
PowerPoint away.
So I'll go into adult social care after I've done some initial scene setting. I'll hand over to John in a minute. So if you remember, you'll recall this committee's received several iterations or tranches of the medium-term financial plan. We've gone through all of the growth and the savings items, which are the ongoing, let's say, year-on-year increases and decreases. What we're presenting to you this evening is what's called the one-off. So that's one-off revenue, which are called special items. So they're items of expenditure that don't qualify as capital. So there may be a member of staff, for example, for 1 year equals a special item as opposed to a growth. And also we're presenting the capital, which is one-off investments, whether it's building a road, a school, or what have you, a leisure centre. So we're presenting all the one-off revenue and capital. The format's very much similar to the previous viewings that this committee have had, in that the items, I will go through the slide pack, which will hopefully make sure everyone's looking at the appropriate item, the same item at the same time, but it'll be very much led by the councillors, the executive councillors. Sorry, there's some shuffling paper in the background. All right, cheers. So that'll be very much led by the councillors. So and the names of the councillors will be against each item. So we'll do that both first for the special item. Well, actually, being that we're going to do Charles first, I'll do the special items, adult social care, then I'll do the capital adult social care. Maybe we'll do it that way as best we can. So I've got some introductory slides that will then move into the detail of adult social care. But John, do you want to say anything by way of lead member for finance?
Yes, please. Thank you, Graham. I mean, I just wanted to set the scene a little bit. I mean, in my role as executive member for finance, it's my job to ensure all bids for capital are in the budget and the correct procedure have been followed. It is not my job to qualify every bid as a business case. That is the role of the executive member for that portfolio, and it would be impossible for me to oversee every capital project. And as such, this is the role of the executive member and the senior officers in the council. If you look at all the bids as laid out in the presentation, each one has a name against it, and it is up to them in connection with their head of each service to agree what capital requirements are for their areas of responsibility. My job with Graham is to pull together a budget presentation, ensure it is funded with a balanced budget, and ask the questions, which is, are you sure you need it, or is this value for money? But it is not our budget. It is the executive members who, in conjunction with the members of CLT, own these budgets. So your questions with regards to the details should be directed at either of those. The only point I would make is the whole of the capital programme is always has been and always will be overstated. And the reason is this: for changes in priority throughout the years. Things get delayed or pushed back into future years. This may be due to operational issues such as planning approval for schemes and other projects, and other projects will then have to step into the void to where they assume a greater importance. Hence, while we only normally deliver between 60 and 65% of the planned programme in any one year. And this year, during COVID-19, many projects have been delayed. Many end up may end up in some cases being cancelled, depending on the new priorities due to COVID-19. The last point I would make is there is ongoing work on things like solar farms or crematorium or other big projects. It is always a good idea to overestimate these projects, and as the narrative is not always accurate, and as it should be, is accurate as it should be, as some do include studies, assessments, and also things such as planning costs, and in some cases parts of the assumed early build cost. That's really all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, John. Picking up on Guy's point on introducing this item, we did send out a revised pack of capital schemes and apologised that we had to do that, but it was indicative of the feverish pace in which we were trying to get things together and make sure you at least had as much sight as you possibly could. We've tried to send, and I believe we have sent out, an improved version. I think as far as capital goes, we will definitely work on the presentation of that going forward and bring it up to the levels that I believe are the more advanced levels that we're showing you on revenue. So I will, so in any of the referencing of page numbers, I will be talking about the pack that Callum sent out on Monday, which is the revised capital pack. Obviously, all the special items remain the same as per the initial agenda. So I'll now move into presentation. All right, it's not up at the moment. Hold on.
There we go.
You can probably see my.
We can see your email.
Yeah, okay. I'm now panicking. Right.
It's not one of your most recent open PowerPoints, if you right-click over the PowerPoint logo.
Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
Aha.
You're sharing your email though.
Yes, I know.
That's not
I'm
a very
there.
nice thing you've said there, is it, Graham?
Right. I believe. Oh, sorry. Oh, what happened there? Sorry.
You hit the new slide button instead of the presentation button.
Yes, I know.
Top.
Here we go. Right.
Change
we are now
to
in business, yeah? Thank you for the tutorial, Guy. It was much appreciated. Right, okay. So this is the medium-term financial plan 2021-24, special items and capital. So these are special items over £50,000, and you'll find that capital is over £1 million, so that we're ensuring that this committee's valuable time is focused on the areas of most significance. So I'll now go to adult social care. Okay, Charles.
Right, good evening everyone. So first of all, to go through these for you. Now, when we did our savings for adult care, social care, there was a line of £1 million a year savings starting from 22-23 going forwards. Now, what that was based on, if we do nothing different in adult social care year to year, due to the ageing of the population and the increasing frailty of some of those who need our support, our costs go up 4% every year. That's doing nothing different. Now, that's clearly unaffordable. What basically this relates to is a program which we've been working on now for nearly 12 months, which is just about to launch, which has been trialled successfully in other councils in demand management. Now, what that means is care is expensive when it's crisis care, when things have to be commissioned at the last moment. So it's trying to basically move forward all the demand and manage it better through the early stages using a mixture of the voluntary sector, maintaining people at home much longer and avoiding those crisis situations. And we think by doing this, we can slow the growth from 4% a year to 2% a year, and also increase customer satisfaction and resident happiness with what we're doing, because we're interacting with people earlier. Now, so £1 million a year going forwards every year from next year. So this first line, demand management, is the cost of setting up that program and getting it started. It's mainly extra staff in year one, but we're just looking at the cost here. The savings are not shown, but they far outweigh the cost. Now, the second line item down there, approved mental health professional resource, is hiring one additional mental health nurse to deal with basically the COVID situation, because we are seeing an increase in people calling One Front Door who are requiring additional support, a significant increase, and this is trying to build in some short-term capacity till our new programme starts next year. The final thing on their transitions, this is a service that came over to adult services last year from children's, and this currently, transitions, for those who don't know, relates to those children who are in care, and it's helping them move as adults into the wider world and supporting that. And this expenditure is to allow us to, rather than as adults take over at 18, is to go back to the age of 14 and make that kind of switch much more seamless, much smoother, and much better for the people involved. So, Graham, do you want me to do the next bit, or I'm happy to take any questions on this now, whichever you prefer?
Probably best, Charles, having done those three special items, we'll just do the capital and then take questions on adult social care. So there we go, adult social care capital.
Right, adult social care capital. So the first thing is an older person's dementia home. The plan is a brand new home, modern purpose-built accommodation to be built at the site which is currently known as Townley Depot. To be funded, and for some reason the name completely escapes me, by the closure of the home currently in Wokingham Town Centre. Now, the second thing is learning disability accommodation transformation. That's funding new properties basically to help those with learning disabilities. and learning disability outreach and overnight respite centre, and investment basically to refurbish and upgrade that facility. Any questions?
Yes, sorry, Charles, indeed. Questions with regard to special items or capital for adult social care?
Any questions, please put your hands up. Clive?
Yep, thank you, Guy. I think I've managed to keep up with you with the changes in the papers that came out yesterday. We did have the same last year, didn't we, where we had to look at, I think it was book number 2, book number 3, book number 4, and all that sort of stuff last year. So this is an improvement on that, having them on time, but I would hope that next year we only have one lot of papers that we have to look through. So the first question that I've got is on ASC 8. So not on what you've got up there, but we've been through that. And Charles, can you just give a little bit of background of why this special increase is necessary this year and the next 2 years, and what specific items is it going to cover? And
Sure.
Then you said that it doesn't take into account any of the savings, but the savings outweigh the expense of this, which is total of 1.1 million, isn't it? But have you any idea what the savings might be?
Yes, no, happily. I mean, the savings are £1 million a year going forwards. So, you know, if we're looking at over the next 4-year window, the savings are £3 million. Now, the costs of what it's mainly to cover, in answer to your question, are initially just the extra staff who are required on short-term contracts, mainly, to set up this programme, because it requires a bit of a culture change in the way basically the department thinks. It requires a more planned approach, it requires a closer working partnership with the voluntary sector, and it will require a redesign of some of the way the front end works. If you looked, Clive, basically at a chart of basically our journey with basically someone who's going into care, and I realise it's difficult to demonstrate this online, but if the chart is like this, at the moment, and that's the start, and this is the end. All the activity at the moment is about here. It's about 75–80% of the way down the curve. And what we're effectively trying to do is shift as much of the activity as possible this way. So it's in a more planned, basically more figurative way of doing it. So basically it's bringing forward everything into a way we can manage it more, move some of it onto the voluntary sector, basically where it's more appropriate. So, but that does require a bit of a change in thinking, and which is why I said at the start of this that the planning of this alone has been going on for 12 months at the moment. So you can see that cost starting off quite high at 500 and then rowing back as the setup go down over the years to come. And this is a programme that's been run at Ealing Council. I think it saved them, I forget Graham, correct me if I get this wrong, but it saved them £3 to £4 million a year, basically, when they actually launched something there. Now, they were starting in a worse situation than we are. You know, their department was failing. Ours, basically, if I'm being quite blunt with you, we're very good at some things. We're not so good at others. But we are ambitious to improve, and we see this as a key way of doing it.
So are we looking at, if somebody is sort of presenting that they would like to go into care, let's try and make it easy for me to understand, at the age of 80, and today we would take them in at the age of 80, what we're looking at doing is saying, well, don't come in yet, try this with the voluntary sector, try this with something else, try this with something else, and maybe they come into the system aged 80 and 10 months or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of our current aims to try and maintain people at home as much as we possibly can. But yes, you're right. In theory, it's trying to do that, though, in a more planned way, rather than reacting to events, trying to get ahead of them. You know, so which is why the liaison with the voluntary sector is important. So to quote your example for a moment, basically, if we know there's someone with, for example, Wade, or someone basically who's talking to the link, and we know their health conditions is, sorry, not health conditions, but their health is starting to deteriorate, it's trying to engage with them in a more proactive and positive way, basically, rather than waiting till there's a crisis situation and we have to react.
Okay, all right, thanks. I've got a question on ASC 9 as well, which is the approved mental health professional resource. What is the age of the people, of the customers, if you like, that this person will be working with?
That's a good question. I'll answer that to the best I can. I may need to come back to you with a bit further information on that, but I will try and answer that now. My understanding is basically this person, Matt's not here tonight, basically because the amount of, obviously, the tier 4 situation occurring at the weekend, the amount of work that needs to get done to get the voluntary sector into shape to get over the Christmas holidays is vast. So I may need to come back to you basically with detail, but my understanding is this person will just be a part of a general pool working on cases and not anything specific. We have got some further programs designed to really strengthen our mental health offer, which are due to start in the new year, which John Halsall referred to in passing at his speech at the start of the executive last week. But this is a short-term gap, really, because we're already starting to get full up on demand.
If I can add on that, Charles, I don't think this post is designed for any particular age group. It's designed to deal with where we come across severe mental health breakdown, and we're aware that COVID is obviously having a traumatic impact on people's mental health. So it's making sure we have additional capacity, social care worker skilled in this area to take on what we expect to be a spike during 21-22 in the need for that resource.
Okay, all right. Thank you both of you. I've got one question on ASC 10 as well, and is this for 18 to 25-year-olds? And this amount of money, this 270,000, is it enough?
I mean, my understanding of this basically is this is really to bring the service backwards. So we're starting work with 14-year-olds. Yeah, 14 upwards, basically, rather than just in adults receiving them currently at 18. So we believe very much it is enough. But like anything, you've got to monitor it going forwards, monitor the demand, which you could predict to a degree, but you can never be 100% on, and adjust as you go forward.
Yeah, and I would again add to Charles's commentary in that this we probably haven't been as well resourced and therefore as proactive as we could have been in working with families as their children go through child status and then into adult status and then manage into the new type of care plan. And because we haven't done that, it's generated solutions which are, let's say, less than value for money. So not necessarily the best outcomes, and certainly often quite high cost. So by putting this additional capacity in, we'll be able to work, as Charles said, from the age of 14 with the families, managing expectations, working with, shaping with the new packages as they move into the adult sphere.
All right.
And I think, sorry, I'd add to that, Clive. I think, I mentioned a second ago that, There are some elements of adults that we do very well. There are some that basically as a council we do less well. And this is one area that we need to improve what we do, because it's not as good as it could be. Now, Matt and I are very firm in the ambition that we want to get all of the areas of adult services into the top 10% in the country within the next few years. And this is part of the programme, basically, to really improve the performance in this area.
I think it's very good, Charles, that you recognise that it isn't as good as it perhaps could have been over the last few years. And if we're now looking at children from the age of 14 onwards, where we probably weren't doing it until they were 18 or even a little bit older, how does that compare with other councils across the country? Do they start to try to intervene more at the age of 14, 15, 16, or do a lot of them leave it until children are 18 and moving from the school setting onwards?
That, if I'm being quite honest with you, is a very good question, and it's one I don't know the answer to. So I'm going to come back to you on that one.
Okay. All right. Because it would just be interesting to benchmark ourselves against some other councils, because this could be something that we're leading the way on, perhaps. Absolutely,
and I'm happy to get you a written answer on that. I'll be quiet now because I know Graham wants to say something.
All right. Thank you.
It was only on that specific point. I don't think we'll be alone in adopting the approach of working from a much earlier age. I think that's recognised to be good and best practice. So I would be surprised if we looked out there and saw that we were the only ones doing it. So I reckon I would say over the more recent years, it's become recognised that this is what we should be doing, both from a outcomes perspective, but a value for money perspective, because the alternative is it's almost like a cliff edge at the age of child, suddenly transitioning into adult. So it's always much better to make that smoother. But I don't know exactly who does what and at what age. I don't have that level of knowledge, but I do know this practice would exist across other authorities.
Okay. All right. I'll come back in a minute with some others.
Shirley, then.
Thank you, Guy. I just wanted to clarify something on transitions as well. In your preamble, Charles, you said you were talking about care leavers, and in my head that was the young people who've been in the care of the council. But I'm assuming that this for transitions is for all transition from children's services to adult services. So not necessarily just children who've been in the care of the council, but children who have been living at home in the care of their parents, but being supported by the council, by children's services. Because I asked a question about this last year, because that's definitely an area where Graham is right. There seem to be cracks that children fall down, and it's something that I've come across quite frequently with young people that I know in my ward. So I'm assuming that this is for all transition rather than just transition of care leavers from council care.
The short answer to your question is yes, and that's just slightly careless use of words by me.
Fine, thank you very much.
Not at all.
Okay, I can't see hands. Sorry.
Yeah, I can come back with if I can come back with another question. This one is on page 4, 5 and 6 of the document that was sent out yesterday. So this is a learning disability outreach and overnight centre. The original document was saying that the cost of this was 2 million, but now we're down at 1.8. Was there any particular reason for that reduction of 2 million? And in the comment section on page 6, oh no, sorry, the risk information on page 5, it says that a lack of a safe and fit for purpose respite facility in Wokingham could result in increase of accident, ill health, risk of carer breakdown, resulting in higher pressure and that sort of stuff. Why has it taken so long for us to do something about this?
I think basically what I would say on that. Some of the capital expenditure, as John Kaiser said, has been deferred slightly. I'm going to have to come back to you on the rest of this question tomorrow, basically, again, because I don't know the inner details of this, basically. But unless Graham has something to add.
Well, I would say it's about degrees of, isn't it? So what we're talking about is Loddon Court that has in the past functioned quite adequately as this resource, but it's fallen over years. It falls into disrepair, and it needs refurbishment to bring it up to fit for purpose standards. So it's never like, well, I use the word cliff edge. It's never a binary thing in terms of all of a sudden we wake up and we see it's no longer fit for purpose. It just moves into disrepair until it's attended to. And this is us drawing that line as saying, well, enough's enough. We now need to invest £2 million or £1.8 million in making this happen.
I think there has also been a thing going on here, Clive, that obviously when COVID came along in February, I remember one particular meeting with Matt Pope fairly on in the discussion where I said, this must be costing us a lot more money. And he said, yes, it is. And I said, how much? And he told me a figure and my jaw nearly fell through the floor. And, you know, shortly when the situation was getting under more control in the summer, we did have a long discussion about going through all the budgets and really trying to hammer down on absolutely as much as we possibly could. Now, I don't know how much is playing into this, but, you know, obviously, as Graham and John Kaiser said at the start of this, you know, sometimes these are over predictions to start with and then erode back as things get tighter. But I'll come back to you with a fuller answer on this tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
I think it would be useful on this just to circulate it around via Callum and the rest of the committee as well, because this is it's a very good question to answer.
Yeah, if the question is going to be answered by Matt and he's got too much to do, you know, after Christmas is fine.
Yeah. Charles and the adult social care team approached me yesterday and asked if they could be excused to actually deal with the COVID crisis, which I thought was a very valid excuse.
Absolutely understandable.
Chairman, we'll wait for the time. Yes, Callum.
I can, with the committee's permission, I can always delay publishing the minutes until a few days later, if that gives the officers and executive members time to provide answers, so we can have them.
Considering we're only 2 days until Christmas Eve, I don't think we're going to get the minutes out before the Christmas break. So I've got no objection with that. I still need to come in and sign everything.
Yeah, happy to circulate that answer to Callum and to you, Guy, to circulate to the whole committee.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Okay, I can't see hands, guys. So can I move on to children's?
Assume your hand is stuck up, Clive, at the moment.
Oh. Yeah.
Yep. Let's move on to children's.
Okay.
Questions have been asked by Clive. Surprise.
I'll nip back to special items and hand over to the lead member for Children's Services, Ulla Corinne Clark.
Thank you very much. So the first item we have is Create Edge of Care. Presently, we have a team we call the Compass team, who are working with children at risk of going into care or where there is a risk of a placement breakdown. So what we are proposing here, what we are trying to do is to deliver savings by keeping children out of care and in stable placements. So I have to say, this is not just about money, though. This is also about keeping children safe and keeping them in an environment which is good for them. But the saving we are expected to make is in here, as you can see. And once we have proven that this is working, it will next year move into growth. Parenting assessments presently are carried out by our early help team or by us commissioning specialists through the joint legal team arrangement with Reading. If we have an in-house assessment team, it would mean that we do not have to rely on expensive commission services, and the early help team can go back to focus on what they are supposed to be doing, which is preventative work with families. And as you can see, it will oh, sorry, I've lost my thread here. It will be a revenue growth in 23-24. Next item is children in care comes. We do understand, and I know you do as well, that if we can help children prevent an escalation of their needs, and which we think it will also move into growth. We then have the additional item here in respect of practice assistants. We are employing 5 practice assistants. They started working in the reason for us employing additional support to social workers. And as you can see, it says it's part of our retention strategy. So what is that? Well, that is, as you know, we get senior social workers. And many councils are offering incentives. So we are looking into a retention strategy, how we are going to get good staff and keep them. And the beginning of that is to help them by putting things they don't necessarily need to do in the laps of practice assistants, so the social workers can concentrate on the more serious cases. The continuous improvement program that is established to take us to good, and I'm talking about Ofsted good. We are going to develop a future model for children's services, which will give us a saving in 23-24 of £2 million. Social care staffing, we are trying to find a way of not relying so much on agency workers. And this is our prediction that we can reduce our staff by 10 agency social workers. Developing a social work apprenticeships. And this again goes back to the recruitment and retention strategy. We grow social workers from scratch by providing, and just to let you know that we have already managed to reduce our need for agency workers from 36% to 27% within the period of April, in the right direction. And partnerships agency factor, this is a one-off cost. The implementation of this will be finished by the end of year 21-22. Again, we're talking about recruitment and retention strategies, and we are awaiting decisions on market supplement versus retention bonus, which may reduce the bid in 21-22. We then have the loss of the schools devolved formula. And what that is, it's a reduction of our central school services block since 2019-2020. This is because more and more schools are becoming academies, and therefore they are buying less from the council. The £60,000 will allow us time for a review of the schools devolved formula. And it will be part of the future model of CS, which we are developing. This is the usual commissioning arrangements, which involves also other local authorities, and we are reviewing that to ensure that we are not as well. So that is the special items one-off.
Okay, thank you, Ilakrin. I'll now go over to the capital.
Yeah, let me see what we... that's adult social care.
There we are.
Yeah, okay. So this is about developing a semi-independent accommodation for children in care over 16 years of age. And this is also about using it for children who are discharged from hospital, children subject to bail conditions who are unable to return home, emergency holding placements in case of home breakdown or provider breakdowns. It is a very necessary thing to do because since 2018, we have had an increase of 4% in respect of looked after children. We will complete due diligence within year one in respect of this item. But we are very sure that if we do this, it will reduce placement costs and it will also keep children close to their families, which is extremely, we want them to lose contacts with their families. Let me see, is there anything else?
To note that it says pages 10 to 13 of the pack, so the capital bid form is set out page 10 to 13 and will provide further details.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to actually ask a quick question on the last independent accommodation. Now, with this question is a case of how big is it going to be? Because I don't recall reading that in the thing, but I may have just couldn't see the wood for the trees. The second question is effectively how much is this looking to save in regards to placement costs again, just for again memory reminding. And thirdly, I seem to remember reading in an article ages ago that there was something similar somewhere in London.
But this is a conversion of an existing property.
Okay.
And I don't have a lot of details on this, but I think that it's going to be a 3-floor building. Perhaps Graham knows more about this. And we will put on the top floor children in care, supported independent living. Is that correct, Graham?
Ilakrin, I don't know any more than you do. I think the details that are included, page 10 to 13, are quite extensive in terms of what it's looking to cover. Children discharged from hospital, children subject to bail conditions.
That's what I read earlier.
I get that. It was more asking. It was more asking the savings in terms of the amount that if you need to come back to us, that's fine.
Well, what I can tell you is that to put children out of borough is extremely expensive, and it's not going to become any cheaper. We are competing with other local authorities. So if we were to say to a provider, we think this is too expensive, can we do a deal? They will just say, no, we have somebody else waiting to take this place. So the more placements we can provide within the borough, the cheaper it is going to be for us. I don't have an exact figure because we can't say for sure how many children we need to place.
That's fine. That's okay. Okay, and actually going through, I did actually read it. There is something about Royal Borough, Kensington, and Chelsea. So I'm not going mad. I did read it before.
No,
okay.
You're not going mad. No.
And the overnight accommodation is 3 beds.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, Shirley, and then John's hand shot up as well. So, oh no, it's gone down again. Shirley.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, I've got two questions. One on this subject. I appreciate that it's difficult to predict what we will save with this, but it would be useful to know what we actually are spending at the moment on young people being placed out of borough. So presumably we have a figure that we know what we've spent so far this year.
Okay, so that's question. To hand that over to Graham.
Okay, and that's the first question. And the second one is, you spoke about agency staff, and I'm wondering if in this equivalent sort of meeting last year, I asked about the locum staff, because at that time, and I'm kind of guessing that your use of the word agency is the same as last year's use of the word
That's
locums.
Correct. Yes.
And last year we identified that there were 35 locums in post, and this time you talked in terms of percentages, and so I was just wondering if we could compare like with like.
Well,
if you knew how many,
how much. All I can say to you at this stage is that we have estimated that we will probably always need about 9 locums or agency staffs, because people go on sick leave, people go on maternity leave, or similar things, you know. So we will always need some, but we can't continue to employ agency staff instead of trying to look very hard for permanent staff. And as part of that, we have to find something that makes it attractive to work in Wokingham. And some councils, for example, give them an hello of £5,000, or they say to them, if you stay 3 years, you will be given so and so much money. And we are looking at a way where we can also have something to compete with.
Yeah, and I understand that. I was just wondering whether we have in fact managed to reduce the locums since last year. That was all. Whether the growth bid that we put in last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have reduced the locums. You wanted to have a figure, and I don't have a figure. I just have the percentage I gave you. So I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. Perhaps we'd be able to find that out. It's just nice to be able to compare like with like.
I understand that. Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. A quick email will be able to give us that answer.
Yes. If you would be so kind, Shirley, and send me an email, I will give you a reply immediately.
I will do that. Yeah, that's great. And the figures, the first figure I asked for.
Shirley, I don't have it to hand, but I know that spend out of borough is pretty significant, and it's the most expensive way and worse outcomes for children in terms of they have to be put into a remote community at the highest possible cost for the council. So I know there will be savings if this activity is effective. It will do two things. It will keep our children local, and it will reduce the cost, because this is high-end cost care. So I will come back on the specifics. Also, it'll be interesting to know in the savings that we've previously presented here, how much of those are considered to be directly attributable to this, although of course we do need to recognise that this may well be about rise prevention as opposed to savings off the base budget, if you understand.
Absolutely. I think it's both, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. The only certainty, Shirley, is that costs placing children out of borough are going up and up, because they know we are dependent on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I fully support the idea. I was just trying to get a sense of how much better off it would be financially. I mean, certainly it's going to be for the benefit of the children, it's much better.
We can never give you a correct answer to how much better we will be, because we cannot foresee how many children we will need to place.
It's driven by numbers.
Yeah.
It is very much driven by numbers, Shirley. I mean, these one-offs, the reasons that we've got one-offs basically are they will either give a boost to the service by putting more money in the short term, or it will lead to savings. It doesn't always lead to both. On a lot of occasions it does, because by improving the service, making sure that people don't have to travel so far, it also reduces our costs. But it's not always one or the other.
No. I get that. No, it was just that it was being the fact that the emphasis was very much on how much it costs to go out of borough. So I thought that it would be interesting to know what we're spending at the moment on those costs. That was all.
But just to give you an example, one placement can cost us £10,000 a week.
Good heavens.
It depends on the gravity of it.
Yeah.
Because we are not just placing children who can't be educated here. We are also placing children who there being something happening in the household, for example, and the children have to be separated for some reason from each other or from the parents. So it can be all sorts of reasons why we have to place them out of borough.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and that there aren't the placements here. No, I mean, I welcome this.
Yeah.
It's very good news, but it was just for interest, it's
no, I understand. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. Clive.
Yeah, thank you, Guy. Ula Karina, I was a little bit surprised that you more or less started off your presentation with saying that you didn't know too much about this. I thought.
Did I? When did I say that? And what did I say that in respect of?
In respect of what we're now discussing on page 9, 10 and 11 and 12.
Well, I haven't got that. So can you give me a specific question related to one of the items?
Yeah.
Ula Karin, it was the my brain has now shut off the property.
Oh, the assisted independent living. Yeah.
I think it's because I think it was more of a case of the questions that were being asked were more around nitty-gritty details outside of that particular bid pattern.
Yes, I don't have any information about what the building is going to look like, etc.
Oh no, I wasn't going to ask that. Do you know where it is, where it's going to be built, and when it is going to be?
It is an existing building, as far as I have been informed, which we are refurbishing.
Okay, so when is the refurbishing going to start? Because we've got the costs starting in April.
Well, we have to consult.
And we have the savings starting in April of next year.
Yeah, so we need to speak to operational property before we submit this bid, so that we can be sure that the capital costs, the budgets are realistic, and that we take any foreseeable known costs into account. So we can't just go ahead and it's a rolling program, I suppose, in a way, but it may not be. This is the first one we are doing, and if that is successful, perhaps we will do another one, but who knows? But it's a fact that we need semi-independent accommodation in the borough.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is disagreeing with that, but you have this.
It's not predominantly to make savings, Clive, as I said a moment ago. It's about improving the service.
Sorry?
It's about improving the service. As I said, some of the stuff we do will improve the service. Some of it will actually make savings, and some of it will do both. But I mean, this is one of those areas where I shouldn't say this in front of Graham, but I will, because it always frightens him. This is children's services, and if it's a statutory thing, and if it costs us £5 million more, we have to find the £5 million from somewhere.
So I can tell you, Clive, I can give you this information. You know about Seafood Court? Are you aware of Seafood Court in Wokingham Town? It's in Wokingham Town.
All right.
So we are looking at that, the refurbishment of that, and we are also building a new building in London Road, and it's estimated that that one should be finished in May or June, but that was before the latest COVID, so I don't know for sure if that's going to keep to the plan.
So this is two buildings then.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
One
That's
in
correct.
Seaford Court, which is what I thought this, and
That's an
also
existing building.
Another building.
Yeah.
In London Road, and all of the costs of setting this up are in here. That's why it's £850,000 a year, is it?
Year one for the conversion of the existing building is 1,250,000, and the new build, the care leavers accommodation for year two is 1,200,000.
All right.
That's the information I have, but Graham, has it moved on from there?
Well, we're just talking about the hub at this stage, which is the £1.2 million, as set out in pages 10 to 13 of the agenda. And
so the hub is
work
just
obviously
Seaford Court, is it, Graham?
I don't know the specific site.
Okay.
But of course, work can't start until it's approved through this cycle.
No.
No. Okay. I think there is, perhaps on page 12, there's a typo as well on where you've got the RIBA stage, and number 5 is only 120,000. I think it's probably supposed to be 1.2 million. But I might be wrong.
I don't know. But in general, Clive, do you approve of this? Do you think it's a good idea that we try and provide this?
Yeah, I do. But it is our job as councillors in the overview and scrutiny committee to make sure that where you say that you're going to make savings with a project, that that has been looked at properly and there is a realistic chance of making those savings.
That is correct. But as John Kaiser said, it's not just about savings here. It's about providing additional accommodation for those very much in need.
Yeah, and we do know that the general paradigm at Wokingham is we don't have an awful lot of self-provision. So we have suffered quite a lot of cost overrun, let's say, because we've had to place outside the borough. So the more we can develop in terms of self-provision will lead to unquestionably a reduced cost because we know that we get completely fleeced when we have to buy outside.
And you may ask why we have picked the sites we have, and of course one reason for that is that we want the children to be close to the schools as well, because it's not a given because you're 16 that you're going to finish school, so you need to be close to a school where you can have a secondary education.
Much better to have it all in the borough. You're right. Can I ask a question about CS19? Or
I haven't got your number. Oh yes, the Edge of Care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the Compass team. Yes.
Yes. So
they are in place.
This is a new wraparound service designed to keep people in young.
Yeah, they've been in place for.
I think it's a good idea.
5 months or something like that. Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea. Yes.
I think it's a very good idea. I don't just want to be critical.
Yeah, go on.
I want to be positive as well. I think that is also our role as councillors on this committee. So, I think that that is very good. Have you any idea what the expected savings might be from doing this?
Well,
you said that there would be some earlier on.
Yeah, this is an investment to keep children and young people out of the care system and again reduce the need for placements out of borough. So by working on the ground, so to speak, the Compass team can achieve that children don't need to be placed elsewhere.
I can add to that, Ulla Corinne, if I may. I think that the savings for this scheme have already been reported to this committee, and were part of the savings proposals put forward by Children's Services, I think at the last meeting, if not the meeting before.
Yeah, I'm just looking in my papers here. See if I can find it.
On the Compass team, quickly, this is definitely a question for Graham for a clarification point. It was created this year, so it would have been it's a new item, as it were, in the budget line. Is that the reason why it is a special item this year and it's not being folded into the regular budget yet? Because effectively it is so brand new, it doesn't exist in our internal, for lack of a better description, administration, or is it basically still in an experimental stage? I'm just curious, because it having heard really good things about the Compass team, it seems like it's working already. So why isn't it formally in the budget setting process as a permanent line as opposed to a special item?
I think the answer to that, Guy, is kind of how it's presented. It's about its effectiveness being proven. So if it works, and we know it works, and therefore it becomes a fixed part of the establishment, the growth will be hardwired into the accounts at the same time as the savings that arise from it. I think it's more about there'll be a debit and a credit arising in year 3. But what this is saying, we need to see that this works, and once we're comfortable, we will hardwire both the savings and the expenditure into the budget.
So it's too early for it to be in the primary budget lines at the moment. That's fine. That answers the question.
I've got some figures here, Graham. The cumulative movement from 2021 budget is for 530 for year 1.
Yeah.
And for year 2, 250.
Yeah, and these are cumulative, so they're on top of each other. So it's quite significant. If this works, a significant saving in the way that we're hopeful and expecting it will generate a considerably greater saving than it will cost, and obviously a better life outcome for the child.
And it gets better, Guy, because in 2023-24, it's 1,280,000.
No one's questioning this. My question was purely technical in the process.
And this was in the revenue budget. That's why we didn't have them.
It was one of the ones that struck out at me. The fact it was still a special item. I went, hang on a minute, why is that still in there? I wanted to know.
We have to be absolutely sure it's going to work. Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay, I have another question on CS20. Ulla Corinne?
Yeah, hang on. CS20.
Parenting assessments, Ulla Corinne.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Parenting assessments. So how much of a problem is this within the borough, or how much of a problem do you see it as being?
Well, I think it's a big problem that we have to use early help and take them away from what they are supposed to be doing, which is preventative work within families. Or if we didn't do that, we would have to commission somebody to do this assessment. And you know, as well as everybody else, how expensive it is to do that. And also, they have to be qualified social workers. So we don't really have much choice. If we don't use one of those 3 methods, of which the preference is to do it ourselves in-house, then it won't work.
Okay, all right. And CS29, Children's Transformation Programme. So this is spending £1 million to, I think it's probably well, it is very worthwhile. It is worth spending the £1 million, because it's a real shame that the last Ofsted report said that our children's services required improvements. But do you think that this £1 million, Ulla Corinne, is enough to get us to being good? And when do you have some idea as to when the next Ofsted review is going to be?
Well, we think they are going to come in the spring.
Right.
And we've started on this, but I can't give you any details because I haven't had the report from those who are dealing with this. But I don't think we have much choice. We need to do certain things, and Carol has a very clear idea of how we are going to get to good, and from good to outstanding.
Yeah. Well, I really hope that we do as well, as I'm sure that everybody else does. But if we are expecting a Ofsted inspection in the spring, quite a bit of this money is being spent after that, isn't it? So are we expecting to move to good this time, or is it the time after?
Yeah, the way it works is that Ofsted will ask for improvements and how we are going to achieve them. And we will be able to present them with a program where we have everything detailed, so they can see that we know what we are doing and we know where we are going, and that we are convinced we are going to get there. So it doesn't matter when Ofsted is coming, as long as we have this.
Right. It's getting to good is a journey that the discussions I've had with Carol, Graham and Ulla Corinne is very much about being on this journey to get to good. Yeah. And it's not all about money. It's not all. You could chuck £2 million at it and you still might not get good. And you could spend all that between now and February, but it still might not achieve the objectives.
Exactly.
There's areas that need really have some in-depth work. The skill sets need to be made sure you've got the right levels of skill and all that. But if we've made this commitment to our children's services, if they come to us and they say, look, to help us on this next leg of the journey, we need further investment, that is something that we will consider, obviously, very seriously. And I go back to the day, I go back to reserves. They're not a status symbol as far as I'm concerned. They're fire extinguishers to use in the time of need. And if this became a need, we would have to consider it. We are really committed to this journey of getting to good.
And it is a statutory service, so it's not like we can stop in the middle and say, no, we don't want to do this.
Right. Okay. All right. I got one more question, then I'm happy to give way for anybody else. CS24, which is a recruitment and retention strategy. I think it's good that we have made some comparisons with other Berkshire authorities, but have we considered comparisons with, say, South Buckinghamshire, South Oxfordshire, North Hampshire as well? Because it's probably quite relevant to include those people as well.
What is important is to compare like with like. So we are comparing with the same size authority. And we are looking at, for example, Bracknell. We are looking at Bracknell. How are they keeping their staff? And we are looking at West Berkshire. We are looking at Reading. And we are looking further afield. But it is important to compare like with like.
Yeah, but Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire and Hampshire, they're all nearby.
But but they are much larger authorities than we are.
Well, so they might be paying more. If they are, all of them paying more, then we're going to lose out all the time, aren't we?
Well, not necessarily, because there are other factors, like, for example, we don't provide any parking spaces for our social workers. And if you are a social worker and you have to get out in the middle of the night to take care of a child, and you have to carry 1 or 2 child seats plus everything else, and you have to go to Carnival Pole to get your car, that is not really something which is attractive for mostly women, is it?
and it's not safe because once you've done that, how do you know that some angry person in that family isn't following you?
Yeah.
So we are very keen to get parking spaces for the social workers, and I know John and John are also keen on this.
Yeah. But I do think, Clive, you're right what you're saying. You get into this round of what's Oxford paying, what's Reading paying, what's Bracknell, and we need to be a little bit more inventive in the way that we remunerate people. There is a tendency to promote people to managers so they can get more money. Well, that's not always the answer. As you know, if you worked in industry, you know that your best salesman sometimes makes your worst manager. But you still have to pay him because you need him to go out there and sell your business for you. And I think that's something that we're going to have to adopt a lot more, especially with professionals, social workers, those type of people, because they're going to continue to be at a premium, especially with what we've had with COVID and the mental health issues. There is going to be a big, and we're going to have to step up to the plate with this, and we're aware of that, and that's something that's in the back of our mind that we'll be bringing forward at some stage in the future.
And it's a change of mindset, because just because you are not a manager doesn't mean that you haven't got the skills, and we have to award people on the basis of what they can provide, not because of a title. No, and that goes for everything, not just children's services.
It doesn't make you any less. I mean,
exactly.
If you're a skilled person in your field, you should be remunerated as that skilled person.
Yeah, and let's face it, not everyone is suitable to become a manager.
Oh no, you wouldn't, and that's what we need to do. We need to make sure that we reward professional people in professional roles. As well as at least as well as anybody else to have a chance.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, could I also add on this in terms of recruitment? As previously said, it isn't just about money, so it's about reputation. So, for example, when we become good, we'll be more attractive to certain people. Yeah. Also, it's the type of practices we adopt, and whether we're adopting more modern, family-centred, promoted, nationally promoted schemes that are recognised and applauded elsewhere. And it's all of that. It's the kind of branding, it's the kudos, it's the place, it's the culture, it's the place people want to come to work in. So it's all of those things, but it's clearly very complex, but it's about getting all of that right.
Yeah. I also think, Clive, it's important that we provide key worker housing or it doesn't have to be a house, flats or whatever, accommodation for those who do an apprenticeship within children's services. I know that full-fledged social workers are not keen on living where they work for reasons we can all understand. Yeah. But when you are young and just starting out, I think it would be very helpful if we could help them in that respect.
Yeah. Well, actually, you make a very good point there that a lot of social workers don't want to live where they're working for very obvious reasons. So maybe we could try to invest in some properties, that are 30 miles away or 15 miles away. Well, maybe. It's actually not such a silly idea, I don't think.
West Berkshire
suggested that we build a load of houses in Reading, Clive, but they're not big.
No, a bit further afield than Reading. Okay, but I do think that it is important that you look at Hampshire and Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire as well, because if those if their lowest paid social workers are 40,000 plus, then it is going to be hard to get them to come to Wokingham. So that was really the point that I wanted to make. There are other
incentives we can implement as well.
Yeah.
So we can't just look at one thing, but you are right. We need to look at the overall picture.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? silent, and most of mine have been answered. So I believe we can move on from children's services.
Are you finished with me then, Guy? I'm not well, as I said. I need to bed. If that's okay.
I hope it's not the I hope it's not the dreaded C19, Ulla-Corinne.
So do I.
So yep. Okay, I think we can move on from children's services. So what's next on the list?
Feel better soon, Ulla-Corinne.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Guy. What we'll do now, because it's not quite as tidy as adults and children, where they're all grouped in the same way, both specials and capital. I'll now go through specials, the rest of the specials, and then I'll pick up the capital ones that we haven't yet covered. So I'll do it in that way, if that's okay. And I believe we have all councillors present to assist. Well, to lead, should I say. So we'll start with special items falling under place and growth, falling within Pauline Jorgensen's remit.
Hi, Graham. Thank you very much. So as far as the special items are concerned, I've got 3 of them. The first one is a CRM system, which is customer request management, and a document management system for highways and transport, which will be a one-off spend using Microsoft Dynamics, which the council already has. A lot of you will understand it's like with highways members. Somebody's got their microphone on. Sorry, it's okay, stopped again. It's very, very difficult for the highways officers to keep track of the thousands of emails they get and the lots of requests that they get. And this will allow us to make much more efficient tracking of requests, and actually make sure that we don't have a lot of wasted demand where people are chasing up things that are actually in progress, and you can actually track your queries better rather than on a big spreadsheet. The second item is LTP4, which is the local transport plan that comes out of the development plan that we're doing. That's actually been pushed back slightly because the development plan is not as far forward as we thought it was going to be when we put the budget in. But that's basically the transport plan off the back of the development plan. And then the third item is a contingency item for car parks. With COVID and with all the things that are going on at the moment, we put in a target to increase the revenue from car parks. This is a contingency item in case, for whatever reason, we have to shut the car parks down, or we have to shut town centres down and we don't get the demand for car parking that we're predicting. So it's sort of a contingency allocation for that. Does that make sense?
Thanks, Pauline. Can we take questions for Pauline, special items?
Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, thank you, Pauline. P&G 8. My thanks go to Chris Trail and Andy Glencross and Matt Gould, the team, for actually putting this bid forward. I fully support that, and I think it will make the service a lot more efficient. My question is, though, it states that 120,000 figure is an estimate.
Yep.
There has currently been no engagement yet with IMT to define scope and cost. How has this figure been derived, and what contingency has been allowed for in the estimate?
This figure is an estimate at the moment. As you say, there hasn't been engagement with IMT. They're doing a feasibility study at the moment. The one thing I would say is that because it's using Dynamics and it's already licenses we already have, it should reduce the cost. It's an estimate. IT estimates at this stage are always IT estimates until you get a proper costing.
Okay. So
if you want me to help there as well, Chair, it's just a bit on using benchmark information as well. So Pauline's absolutely correct. You know, it gets us in the ballpark of what figure we need to be able to do, but we want to be able to refine that and come back with a much more accurate figure once we've aligned the systems together. And I certainly expect in going forward that we can make sure that we are making sure that not just that the systems speak to each other, but that we're getting the best value out of those contracts that can be aligned as well. So That's why there's an amber against it at this stage.
As I say, I fully support this. I think it will make the service much more efficient, and I think you'll get some great benefits from that one. Just on P&G 26, it's aligned, as you say, with the local plan. If the local plan continues to slip, and we just don't know really what's really happening there, will that local transport plan move with the local plan?
Yes.
With its funding?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought the answer would be. And P&G 34, in the text on page 58, it states a corresponding saving bid has been submitted for 500,000 in relation to a positive action that is planned to recover car parking income lost over the 2020-21 period. I can't see that savings bid anywhere.
Graham, you'll have to help me with that. We talked about it previously. In fact, we went to the previous scrutiny meeting.
Yeah, that's right, Pauline. If you recall, members, we've taken these in tranches throughout the 4 meetings or so, and it was not last meeting but the meeting before we received the growth and savings with regard to place and growth, and that included the savings with regard to car parks. We're now moving to the special items, and this is effectively saying out of that saving we think 250k is quite risky because of the impact of COVID.
Yep, thank you, Graham.
I thought I'd seen it somewhere when I read it, but I was looking through it, all the documents here, and I just couldn't find it at all.
Yeah, it was the last meeting I was at. We discussed it.
Well, October then. It'll be October's. Yeah. Okay.
More scrutiny meetings since than I have.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's it on my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Shirley.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, just a quickie on P&G 8, this document management system. Sounds like a good idea to me. Will there be, will members have some means of accessing this so they can track the progress of things as well? Because I think that would be very helpful for us.
And I do too. I would very much hope so, because my inbox is full of emails from members asking about things that you want an answer to, so it would help me immensely as well.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
I've got a 40-page to-do list, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed then that this will help that situation for all of us.
I do hope so. Yeah, that's the intention.
Good.
Anyone else for this bit? Not looking like it. So next page, please.
Okay, the next set, I think it's just one. It's Wayne Smith under place and growth. Is Wayne here? If not, I know Chris is.
Yeah, Wayne's not here this evening. Just, I think it marries up with the previous item that that Paul was asking about. This is additional budget that we want in terms of our preparation for our local plan. And as you can see, it's about making sure that we use modelling and correct information around evidence base in order to support our local plan. I'm sure Paul might put his hand up and ask, but just to say, yes, we do benchmark that on previous years, and equally the amount of volume of information and mapping that we need to as the evidence base for a level of inspection. So we have some experience of that to be able to say that this is a ballpark figure, so it's fairly accurate. But as we go along with the revisions that we need to make with the local plan process, we'll obviously have more up-to-date information as well. Thank you.
So, Guy, any questions?
See, Clive's got hands gone up.
Clive got his hand up.
Yeah, but I'll be very quick. I think that this is really important. I think we really do need to make sure that we have the local plan updated as quickly as possible now, because we don't want any speculative developers coming along and saying, you haven't got your 5-year land supply, you haven't got this, you haven't got that. We want to put our 60, 70 houses here, 200 houses here, 300 houses here. So I think this is money well worth spending. So I think you've done very well to put this money in, Chris. It's a very good idea, but perhaps it should have been done before. But at least you're doing it now, which is great. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Clive.
We have had money in the past, Clive. Believe it or not, we had a massive grant that we were using. When I say massive, it was about 800 grand, which we were given by the HLMG, and that's what we've been using basically to. So this is why it's turned up now. You see.
Yeah. I didn't know that. So all that money's gone, has it?
Yeah, well, we spent that doing all last year's stuff.
Yeah.
Then they moved the goalpost.
As ever.
Well, they didn't actually. They actually took the ball away and moved the goalpost.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Guy.
Paul?
Yeah, thanks for that. I fully support this. I think it's the right thing to do. And Chris actually has answered the question which I was going to have about benchmarking, to make sure we've got the right funds in the right place. So we've got sufficient there. And it's absolutely ideal. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up, as I think Clive's is stuck. I think we move on to the next page. Building control fees shortfall. That's all I see there. Parry.
Yeah,
he's around.
Parry.
I'm still here, chaps. I know you've kept the best one for the last, so, but there we go. These are just a reconciliation of the trading account, because one of the authorities decided to pull out of the building control services, and we are having to reconcile the costs, and that's primarily reconcile cost, which is £100,000 for just one-off payment, which we need to put in place.
Okay. Thank you, Parry. Clive, I can see your hand's gone up.
Yeah, just one quick question, Barry. Which was the council that pulled out? Was it ready?
It was the Royal Borough of Maidenhead and Windsor.
Okay. So shouldn't they, this is maybe a little bit too simplistic, but shouldn't they be responsible for that 100 grand?
Well, I think that any kind of divorce will cost anything, some money, Clive. So if you pull out, they will need to pay something into it, and we will all, the remaining authorities will suffer as a consequence, and that is the sufferance of the 100k for us.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Barry.
Paul?
Just on that, if Royal Borough and Windsor and Maidenhead can pull out, how secure is the agreement with the others that they're not going to do the same?
Well, to be quite honest, Paul, the agreement comes to an end next year, and we will review it closer to the time. It may be time that, because any kind of partnership will end up in tears at the end of the day, and we will look at it very, very closely. And we may be in a better place to go alone by ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
John, I can see your hand's gone up as well.
Yeah, just in answer to Paul, actually, I won't force my image on him. Paul, this is always an issue when you're doing something with. We've had a few years of earning a few bob out of it, I can tell you. And what we've done is it's allowed us to refocus the group to do some of the stuff that we needed doing that we were buying outside anyway. So this 100 grand is a residual, a one-off residual, basically, which allows us to realign the service to meet our own needs. But you are right, there's always a risk when you're in any form of shared service.
Thank you, John.
I've got no questions on this, so I think that sums up that one.
All right. Well, I admire Parry's optimism, but he was far from last. We've got plenty more. So, if Gregor Murray is here to cover communities, insight and change? No, in which case I'll talk through these. The continuous improvement program, this is a line that we've had in our MTFP for some years now, and it funds the team that's led by Sally Watkins. It's got program managers, project managers, business analysts, facilitators, coordinators, a bit of HR specialism, finance specialism, all sorts really. It's the roadshow that moves into the likes of adult social care, obviously welcomed and invited by adult social care, or moves into the world of children's services, again welcomed and invited by children's services, and does all of that work needed to bring the SMEs together, the subject matter experts, in order to generate real change. And my experience over many years, albeit mostly at this council, is that we may have the most capable people around in the services out there, but unless they're supported in the right way, their aspirations and intentions don't crystallize in the way that we would like, if at all. So this is a vital piece of machinery to drive benefit across the whole council, particularly in the care services. The next line is a small, relatively small figure for, as it says, an HR specialist. It's fair to say that we, through 21C, we did strip back HR quite a bit. And of course, we've gone through quite a significant amount of organizational redesign since then as well. So this is support that Keely is clear that she needs in order to, let's say, up our organizational development game, which I think is a right call to make. And it's there for a year to provide that additional higher end capacity to, let's say, put extra impetus and momentum behind an enhanced people strategy. The last one there is Community Safety Partnership and Wellbeing Board. These two are absolutely vital boards, and prior to this special item, they had almost no support. So it meant, again, there were lots of good ideas, lots of enthusiasm, but very little or not as much as we were wanting was being crystallized and turned into real deliverables. So having an extra resource capacity to do that helps those two significant committees move things forward. Obviously, we'll need to review in future years whether we can make do with going back to the previous baseline, but this is about very much recognizing there was a backed up work program, so we needed to get on top of that. So that's it from Communities and Insight and Change with Gregor. Questions?
Clive.
Thank you, Guy. I think it's a shame that Gregor's not here to answer the questions, because one of my questions would have been, and I don't think this is fair for Graham to answer it because he is an officer, is we've got these issues with a less than adequate customer service being given by the council, and does that really stem from what we did with 20th Century Council a few years ago? And but as I said, I don't think that is a fair question for Graham. So is there a possibility that question can be passed on to Gregor for his written answer at some stage?
Yeah, I can help a little bit there, Clive. To be totally honest with you, where we are today, knowing what we know today, we probably wouldn't have done quite a bit of the 21st century. And I think the important bit in all this is the attention we pay to HR. We heard earlier on that we have a problem with retention. You need a good, strong HR department. They need to be able to benchmark. What we do not need, which is what HR departments can turn into. We do not need another agency ringing up another agency. We actually need a HR department. I always say to people, whenever I worked in major organisations, I was never scared of internal audit, but if HR turned up, I used to watch myself, you know, because they were the guys that used to make things happen. And I think we've got to get a bit more emphasis in our HR area, and I think that's really important, and that feeds through then to customer service. There's no question about that.
Yeah, I think us spending extra money in what CIC 12, I think, you know, that is a good idea, because we've had all these employee relation issues. We've had a couple of tribunals as well, and if spending some money in HR can stop these things happening, that would be really good. But I think that what it probably needs is some, and I'm guessing, I don't know what any of these issues have been, but it could be that there's a bit more training needed of some of the middle managers, because I think that one of the things that we took out with 20th Century Council was, as you said, the HR people, and we gave managers the jobs of looking after HR, but maybe didn't give them the necessary training to be able to do that.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, say, well, if you like, what we need to do is lift the whole.
John, I think we lost you there.
Yeah, I think John's gone. I'll just make one quick comment on CIC 13. This is spending extra money on the Community Safety Partnership. Good, excellent, very good.
Okay, and Clive, you have asked me some unfair questions in the past, but I wouldn't have said that was one of them. I would be happy to give an answer.
I don't think I've ever asked you an unfair question.
The 21st Century Council, it's fair to say, had some ideological principles attached to them, and it's almost like the key is how does that transact in practice, and some of the ideology was to protect specialists, as in they are the most high cost officers, and therefore the least they are distracted from what they're supposed to be doing, then the more value for money we get from them. However, once they become too alienated from the issues and any disconnects appear, then I think that's where a lot of the degradation of customer service was felt. However, I would say at the same time, technology put in place through 21st Century Council did a lot to enhance. So a lot of things are now done online and done online really well. And we've got some really good positive stories. For example, the bus pass, the renewals and all of that, 90% of that was transacted online really well. And I know in the waste collection service as well, some of that works very well through the online technology. So I take your point, and I guess I would be agreeing with John in its bits worked well, bits didn't, and as all these things, there's reasons why the bits that didn't work well, why that happened. Okay. But we need to learn, develop, and address those issues.
Because you know, Goliath, don't you? The measure of a man is somebody who can admit their mistakes and put them right.
I'm sure you're right, John. I've made many mistakes. So yeah. I'm sure most of us have, sadly.
So I'm sorry, I messed up there. I'm sorry about that.
I must admit though, whilst Graham was speaking there, I don't know if anyone else had that weird buzzing sound suddenly appear on their microphone overhead. So I suddenly thought, wait a minute, when did I get a buzzer? When did I buzz Graham off? But yeah.
Thanks.
Paul? Oh, wait, Graham, go ahead.
Sorry, it was whether there are any more questions. So sorry, Guy, you carry on.
Paul, you had your hand up. Did you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Guy. CIC 13, fully support that particular bid. I think it's an area that we really need to work with on community safety, and it gives us a better understanding of what's happening on the ground, and try and understand why these things are happening. The likes of antisocial behaviour and the like, it costs money, it creates lots of problems for people, and I think it's something that we need to continue doing. And we've had some reports brought to this committee by Nick Austin and his team, and they've been very, very valuable to give us an insight of what's actually happening. So fully support this. Thank you.
Not seeing anyone else, unless your hand's just shot up again, Paul, and it's stuck. I think it makes sense what's being done here. So next section.
Okay, this is for John Kaiser under resources and assets, special item.
Thank you very much, Graham. I mean, you don't have to be Einstein to understand what's happening with returns at the moment, and even the minuscule returns that we've been making on our Treasury investments is going to go even further down. I can't see the government I can't see interest rates increasing, and so what we've done is we've taken a prudent view on this, and we've taken out £387,000 that we would have expected in normal circumstances to make with our Treasury investments. That's it.
Any questions through Guy?
I think it'd just be nice once again, when we look at investments again next year, it'll be useful to see how the COVID situation, everything like that, has impacted on it. So we will see how that goes. I've got no questions on this. It's just what it says on the tin.
It's just being prudent, basically.
Yeah, indeed.
We've done the adult social care.
Yep.
And this was just a summary of the items under 50k. Just so the committee realizes. Now, the capital are the items over £1 million. And just so that, again, the committee appreciates that the items over £1 million represents over 94% of the year one program. So anything you're not seeing, you're not missing out on a lot. You're missing out on 6% of the program. The reason why we've highlighted those in yellow is because they're the new and significantly revised bids. So we've put more attention into those than the other ones which were had a degree of commitment already attached to them. So that's why we've tried to highlight those ones as yellow. That's the overall position in terms of capital. A huge investment year one, £215 million, then 161 million in year two. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see year three increase, but it's 68 million at the moment. Year one is fully funded, but we do have pressures in years 2 and 3, but we've got another year to either reduce expenditure or find additional income to fund the programme. We've looked at adult social care, we've looked at children's services, so now on to climate emergency, and well, it's basically all the items that are falling under climate emergency, which has Gregor, Pauline, I know John Horsall's also been involved in some of these because they have a strong financial access, for example, the solar farms. So given Gregor's not here, if I think I'll first open it up to the members, either Pauline, Jorgensen or John, to cover off these, and anything residual will be covered off by Chris and myself.
Do you want to start?
Yes, please, Pauline.
Yeah, with managing congestion. So this is a series of measures, a package of measures to deal with congestion in the borough. It's one of the most serious things that affect residents and annoy residents when we don't get it right. So there's a series of things going on, which I think, Paul, you're probably aware of most of what's going on. We're looking at more smart traffic lights, so that actually they take account of what the queues are like and try and flow the traffic through rather than holding it all up. We're also looking at facilities in smart traffic lights that allow buses and potentially even bicycles to have right of way. So that's all being investigated at the moment, and that may well come as that the functionality will be there, and we may well switch that on as part of the program. We're looking at CCTV on traffic lights as well, so that the guys in the control room can actually see what's going on and can control traffic lights remotely if there's an issue. There's certainly some being tested at the moment on the 3 tons and also on the Woking Road, and you can actually see the traffic flowing. That the CCTV cameras, the quality is absolutely amazing, and it really does make a big difference when you can see what's going on, when you can't necessarily get anybody anywhere near the issue to find out what's happening on the ground. There's lots of other projects in managing congestion, and we're looking at making more roads traffic sensitive. So at the moment we're assessing all the roads that we've got in the borough, looking at the ones that are particularly busy and looking to make a case to justify them being traffic sensitive, which means we can get the utilities people to do the work out of hours, which means then we reduce the impact on the rush hour. So that's the essence of what is in managing congestion. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, shall we just cover all climate emergency and then take questions about that theme? So thanks, Pauline.
I agree with that. Go for it.
Okay, John, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, the solar farms are pretty self-explanatory. These are investments that we'll be making in solar energy. We expect to do more than one solar farm, hence the numbers. As I said when I introduced, that it's always good to overestimate what you're likely to spend. We believe that these are overestimates, but again, I mean, it's just the first time for us to we're putting together an assessment for these farms at the moment, and there will be a planning application coming forward in the first quarter of next year, which will be for the first one. The good news about solar farms, obviously, is that it doesn't sell the family silver. So if it's on land owned by the council, it means that that land stays within the the ownership of the council. If you design them properly, they can still be used underneath for farming with sheep and animals grazing. And of course, they're temporary structures. They have a life of 40 years. So when our grandchildren are councillors, they can make a decision on what they want to do with these fields. So it ticks a lot of boxes. I mean, the other box it ticks well, which is obviously quite important, is the clean energy that it produces, but it also produces revenue, and that revenue can then be used to fund services within the council. So it's pretty much a win-win. I guess the only people that wouldn't consider it to be a win-win is the people who lose the view, but as in all planning matters, you don't have a right to a view. So that's very much the renewable energy infrastructure projects. Well, there's a list of those that's available if you want to look at those. They're projects which allow the council to invest in renewable infrastructure, looking at solar panels, that type of thing on the buildings, looking at the buildings that we've got and how we can modify those buildings so we can actually make them more efficient and more climate friendly. The managing congestion, Pauline's done. Energy reduction projects, again, they're projects at a lower level. They are to help people in the borough, help businesses and other people in the borough to help them to reduce their carbon footprint. It's a lot of money for the councils to be spending these, but I feel that we owe this. We owe this to the children and our children's children, because there's no question about it. If we do get electric cars, and which I'm pretty confident we probably will, these types of renewable energy things will be very important. That's all, really.
Thanks, John. And just to add to whether it's the energy infrastructure or energy reduction, they're fairly similar. But it's a whole host of measures, and it's as laid out in the report, but they include things like boiler replacements with green technologies, insulation, lighting upgrades, building fabric, apparatus upgrades, all sorts of things that actually collectively come to quite a significant amount. But all of these, the solar farms, the renewable energy and the energy reduction, are investor saves. Not only do they reduce the carbon footprint, but they also make a net revenue contribution for the council. Over to you, Guy, to take questions.
I'm going to ask a question on the energy reduction projects, and this may be something that that Gregor needs to answer. Is I presume consideration has been to basically put solar panels onto some of our council tax housing stock in that regard, because not only is that going to generate energy savings and help us get to lower carbon emissions, but also with solar panels on properties such as council housing, it's also going to help the residents in those housing with their electricity bills, which we know that fuel poverty is a real thing. So things like that is where I would very much like to see use on the energy reduction projects and things like that.
To that, we'll be looking to do whenever we build a home. We get lots of criticism, or you get criticism, because our housing is expensive to build, but we build good quality housing. And I think that if we include these things, it becomes really good long-term housing as well. I mean, gas boilers will disappear as time goes on out of most of our homes that we own. So yes.
Yeah, and those gas boilers that remain, they'll be slowly converting the grid to carry hydrogen as well, which that's a whole different kettle of fish. Talking of fish, Paul. That was just teed up for me. I didn't plan to do that.
Thank you, Guy. This one's for Pauline. So it's pages 16 to 19, the management congestion. I'll get echo coming through here.
I think it's Graham's microphone.
Oh, is it?
Oh, all right. I'll turn mine off. Oh,
okay.
We really need to invest in getting you a headset at some point, Graham.
Afford it.
The £17 million funding, is that lined up for a bid to the LEP, or is this partly being funded by Wokingham Borough Council?
We will bid to the LEP for anything we can bid to the LEP for, is the bottom line, Paul.
Can I also come in on that with Pauline? If you look at the right-hand column just before lead member, it says the percentage funded by the general fund. If that says 0, it means that we're not borrowing at all. So it must be coming from other sources.
Where are you, Graham?
Okay.
It's before lead member.
That's it. So
it says it might come from all sorts of places, Paul. It could come from 106.
It will come from My Journey, that type of thing.
It comes from SIL, it comes from government grants. Yep. We're quite good at, famous last words, we're quite good at finding funding for things.
Yeah, so it means it comes from, Paul, it means it comes from external sources, and therefore, in theory, doesn't cost the council anything.
So, from my understanding at the moment, you're putting this forward, but there's no actual money from WBC going towards it. You're looking to get a successful bid with a LEP or whoever.
It'll be a mixture of things, Paul, but yeah, that's the objective.
Yeah.
But also developer contributions.
Yeah, exactly. Which is still not our money.
You'll be surprised how much, well, you might not be, how much we get for our My Journey contributions from each house that's built. I mean, that's where this type of money comes from.
Yeah, okay. Because you've got 5 million, of course, allocated for year 1. So you're expecting to make a bid to the LEP or get
No, as Graham said, there's quite a lot of 106 as well and SIL. So it's not all bids to the LEP.
Right.
So every house that gets for instance, the distributor roads are mostly funded by contributions from developers.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
and money towards congestion. They paid largely for the cycleway on the Wokingham Road. They put contributions into all sorts of things to try and mitigate the impact of their housing.
Yeah, understand that. But you've got a three-year program there, so you've got funding effectively lined up for that, is what you're saying.
We haven't got funding lined up for the whole 3 years, but we will do by the time we spend it.
Right. Okay.
Now funding the first 2 years, or the first year is fully funded.
Yeah.
As I said earlier on, there is a shortfall at the moment. Okay, but I expect some of that 5 million won't get spent this year. Will pop into next year, and we'll get other grants. We've built some of our relief roads, for instance. We were going to use developer contributions, and the government has stepped up via the LEP and said, right, well, you can have a government grant for half of that. So that means that money then goes back in the pot, which funds other stuff.
Yeah,
and we did do rather well, and I hope we will do again through the pothole funds and all sorts of things. There are all sorts of government grants available for highways and transport for 2 reasons. Firstly, because it's a major, delivery of growth. Secondly, it mitigates the impact of growth on residents, and thirdly, at the moment, it's a provider of employment as well, so it helps everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
If it makes you feel any more confident, I did have somebody from central government say to me, "You're a cheeky bunch. You're always on the beg." So anything. That
was a compliment, John.
I think it was a compliment.
That's definitely a compliment.
Okay. It says in the in the actual bid document, though, there's no feasibility study been undertaken yet.
That doesn't sound right to me, Paul. I've seen some of the trials.
Yeah, because you mentioned that they were doing trials.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's not true.
On page 17, feasibility completed, no.
Oh, that says completed. That doesn't mean nothing's been done. Remember, this is a bundle of things. So the feasibility for things won't be completed until the last thing's developed, but the feasibility has started. There's some things in trial already.
There is, and the short to medium term and long term projects, and the short term projects have had some feasibility work done, and there is a programme outline for that. It's the medium to long term, as Pauline suggested, that we would need to do further feasibility work, and that's quite right, because we need to one, measure the success of how things have worked, and then also adjust accordingly. And then secondly, replan the programme as well. So it's a mixture of both. So yes, that is correct in the sense that some feasibility work isn't completed yet.
Okay, and some of this feasibility work is doing traffic modelling using this particular equipment or particular junctions and the like.
Yeah, and we've also got access to a service that models traffic based on mobile phone signals.
Yeah.
We've also got another service that triangulates mobile phone signals and estimates speed, so you can tell where we've got particular congestion problems or where we've got particular speeding problems and focus the investment in the areas where there is a problem. So we don't want to take a broad brush and put the same thing in everywhere, because we'd waste a lot of money and we probably wouldn't be effective. We need to focus it on the areas where there's a problem.
Okay. And my final question was, have you got a plan, or are you developing a plan for the rollout of this equipment, and when are you looking to introduce that? Because you've got a shortfall.
Sorry?
Well, you said you got a shortfall.
So, I didn't say anything about any shortfall.
John did. John said that there's effectively a shortfall in future years.
We always have. We always have, because it's all dependent on what gets built. Okay, so you make an assumption as to what gets built, and inevitably what tends to happen is we don't really put grants in there, for instance. So when a grant comes along, it tends to be buck-shee. Okay, we just put in the second year, unless we've secured the grant or we know that there's a pretty good chance we're going to secure a grant, we wouldn't put it in the second year. And that's really why that year's not fully funded. If we spent £15,581,000, which I'd be surprised if we did, then the following year would be short. Okay, but the chances are we'll probably end up spending £12 million, and a lump of that will jump into there, and the following year we probably won't spend much more than about 18 million. So it's very much a rolling total, if you like.
But remember, Paul, it also doesn't matter. It's not an all or nothing. You don't get no benefit until the end of year 3. No. You're getting benefit already.
I understand that.
So it's a large and complicated rolling programme.
Yeah, okay. I did have a question on the solar farms.
Yeah.
On page 49, it shows savings in year 1. Where has that come from?
Year 1, the savings in year 1 are actually income.
Their income, but
yes. So what we've made a fairly, if I remember, I can't remember how much it is, and I can't see that. Is it about £200,000?
Bear with me. It's on page 49. It's on the way down. If I remember rightly, it's the same amount each year. Oh gosh, dig down now. There we go. Yeah, it's savings 1.5 million. Each year is showing 1.5 million.
Can I just say, Paul, if that's showing 1.5 million for year 1, it was, let's say, a slightly unsophisticated way of completing that revenue savings line. Clearly, year 1 would only be a part year effect. So take that with a pinch of salt. Clearly, well, you would have seen we haven't incorporated £1.5 million savings into the revenue account, but it was in the business case. I suspect what it means is in its first full year of operation, as opposed to what it would really achieve in 21-22, given the work wouldn't be completed till some way through that year.
Yeah, because it then came onto my next question, which was about the construction cost in year one, 5.7 million. And you're putting in planning applications, as John mentioned. How many sites do you think you're going to have constructed by the end of year one for that 5.7 million?
I believe that's one site. That's about the going rate of one site, I would say.
It's a big site. I mean, it generates, as you can see, the fact that in a full year, it generates about 1.2, 1.4 million pound. It's a big site.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that in reality is probably not going to get constructed to the end of 21-22, and then it will start generating funding.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I have another one? Yeah, on page 47, it states that planning's agreed, but it also states that the feasibility is not completed.
Planning.
What did they mean? What did you mean by planning agreed? I was thinking of planning application approved.
No,
but that's not the case, is it?
No, I think what they're saying is that it's been agreed to put a plan forward.
Right.
Okay, that's not planning agreed. I mean, we haven't quite got the planners under the control that we could just ring them up and say, please approve this. Not yet, Paul. We're working on it.
Right. Okay. And on the energy reduction projects, 1.5 million is page 52, 1.5 million investment per annum over 3 years. How's that funding obtained from Salix going to be awarded?
And I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but we bid to Salix quite regularly, and it's often match funded. So we put a slice in, they put a slice in, and it's based on our proposals and whether they match their criteria. It's been going on for some time.
Okay. I think that might be all of mine for the time being. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
In that case, going to Shirley.
Thank you, Guy. I've only got one. The reduction in carbon, CO2 reduction, and one of the I've been reading here, and we're talking about various measures to upgrade properties that the council own. And I know that we've been upgrading the mobile homes on the project to upgrade the mobile homes at Grovelands Park, which is mentioned somewhere in the document, and I knew about anyway. And we know that mobile homes are notoriously poor in terms of energy efficiency. And I just wondered, does the council have other mobile homes that it rents out? And are we looking at upgrading those as well?
As far as I know, the only ones we've got, Shirley, and I can't see Simon's not here still. The only ones we've got, as I understand it, are the ones in Grovelands, and right. the temporary buildings that we're putting in there are very green and very efficient, because temporary they're properly insulated, so they're not they will be so much better than, and of course we're only putting them, they are temporary homes for people. We don't intend to use them as full-time homes. We intend to put families in them in the short term. So rather than bed and breakfast or somewhere like that, if we have a family that have lost their home for one reason or another, we have somewhere decent we can put them. We have a number of these around the borough at the moment, but it's the first investment we've made in these mobile units.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and obviously we've been talking about them for a while at TLIP, but I read somewhere recently that Wokingham Borough had mobile homes at over at California as well, and I just wondered whether that was old information that I was reading and that we no longer have those. And if
we may have rented some over there at some stage, but to my knowledge, we don't actually have any there at the moment.
No. Okay. No, I was just wondering, you know, if we were going to
And if we
upgrade.
have, we want to get rid of them. I mean, say it's a rolling process to improve. I mean, next year we're looking to increase our housing stock, our social housing stock, because we understand even some people who live in the borough can't even afford some of the so-called affordable homes.
Oh, absolutely.
So what we're looking to do is to try and bridge that gap with build more social homes and use the headroom we've got in the HRA. You have heard Simon speak about this at Tulip.
Absolutely, yeah. No, and I'm obviously all for it. No, I was just concerned that I'd read about these other mobile homes, and I thought, well, I didn't know about them.
No,
yeah.
I will check again, but I was under the impression these were the last ones we had.
Great.
John,
okay, thanks, John.
Just to jump in, Shirley, just because I've got some historical knowledge on California Country Park, there were 2 temporary accommodation mobile homes at California Country Park about 10 years ago.
Oh, right.
They got removed and the land was returned to the country park about 5 or 6 years ago. So they're no longer.
Oh, right. So
Thank you,
obviously
Andy.
it was. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, how many we got left, Graham?
What? How many more hands up?
No, slides.
None. I mean
Okay,
slides.
All right, slides. Okay, let me see. Internal services, investment in regeneration, road and transport. That's it. It's about
Lord.
4, 5.
It was the investment that got it. Okay. I'm going to propose an extension past 10:30 to 11 o'clock just now, just in case we don't finish in the next 17 minutes.
I'm happy to do that.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And can people just use the hand signal, raise the hand system just to get it through?
Oh, can I crack
that
on,
is
guys?
majority. Yeah, crack on. That is a majority.
So we're now in the theme called environment, and all 3 of these are parries, but the one highlighted.
Thank you, Graham, and thank you, Chairman. The Carnival Pool, as you're all aware, is progressing well, and it's under construction now under the same contractor which built the Bulmush Leisure Centre, which we're very happy with, and that is the 10 million required, which is budgeted for in year 1, which should complete the project. And the sports provision across the borough, that's the Grays Farm project, which involved the development of an open air sports hub to enable delivery of the north and south Wokingham SDLs. If we built the houses, we've got to be able to support these residents with appropriate facilities, and that's where it to be ahead of the 2026, which is the completion of those 2 projects, prior to the completion of the housing developments, with the updated master plan for the ring-fenced funding for the project has already been received from the developers via the S106 funding stream. So all the money is come from the developers themselves. The new pool at Arborfield, well, that's something that we've been planned for, and that will be a year 2 investment, and that's to look forward into not next year, but the year after, and that's £1 million in year 2 and 6 million in year 3. Any questions?
Abdul first. Abdul.
You're on mute, Abdul.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Paris. Sorry about that.
Good evening.
My question is there any timescales and possible delays embedded in this project?
It's hopefully it'll be completed next year.
Oh, that's good.
On time as well. Well, it hasn't been delayed.
Okay, Shirley.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, this is an observation, not a question. On the documentation regarding the open air sports hub to enable delivery of the North and South SDLs, there seems to be some confusion. I think it's at the bottom of page 20. It says the following benefits are realised through this rolling programme, and then it says reduction in insurance claims and so on. And then further down, it says identify the risks associated with this bid not proceeding. And I think these risks have been left in from another item, if you see what I mean, because it says it talks about highway degradation.
You're quite right. I pointed out earlier on today.
You did. Oh, right. Okay. I just read it and I thought I'm going mad.
Good spot, Shirley. I like that one. Yeah. You haven't had your gin and tonic yet, which is good.
Yeah. No, it was just an observation that those.
Yeah, I apologise for that.
And no problem.
Paul?
Yeah, the sports provision for the SDLs, I also picked up that on the risk information on page 22. It's related to highways over 2 years. I thought you mentioned, Parry, that because correct. On page 21, the funding identified, it doesn't show any developers funding going in there. Is it money or is it?
I can confirm now, Paul, that it is definitely developers' money. It's all ring fenced, and it'll be spent on that project.
And just sorry, Graham.
Sorry, all I was going to say is just to confirm that point. If you look at that column just before lead member, percentage funded from general fund means that it's not coming from borrowing. Therefore, it's coming from external sources, and of course, developer contributions would be such a thing. Sorry, Chris.
It's all right. We are one, Graham.
Yeah. What I was going to say is it doesn't tie up with the bid document itself, though, on page 21. That's the thing, because that's all blank. Hence my question.
Well, I can assure you, Paul, that it is definitely S106 money. I can clarify that tonight. And Chris, you may be able to add a little bit more.
I think what's happened is that whatever is the merging of the documents, it's not the correct formatting, so we can get that reissued, but it is still in section 106 funding.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, moving swiftly on. Next page, please.
Okay, it's probably best I speak to this because it's although it says JK, we had to put it against a lead member, and obviously it's easy to put everything against John. But this is this, as it says, central contingency. We used to include contingencies again, cost-effective way of budgeting. So we now strip out less than 2%. When we used to incorporate across all schemes, it allowed schemes to, let's say, be a little bit grander than they may have initially intended to be if they hadn't needed to utilize central contingency. So it's just sound financial management practice.
In short, you basically brought all of the excess overhead, as it were, under one budget line. It just makes more sense that way.
That's correct.
Yeah, no need to question that. Yeah, that makes complete sense from an accounting point of view. Okay, this big long one, which made me think, oh dear, we're going to need some more time.
Okay, so this is investment and regeneration. That's the theme, and the majority, certainly that are for John Kaiser. So maybe best if John starts, then Parry, and then maybe Chris can pick up Wayne, and I'll pick up Charlotte. Off you go, John.
Okay, well, phase 2 Groveland, that's what Shirley was talking about, which is temporary accommodation. It's temporary accommodation and it's modular buildings, so they will go in there quite quickly, and they're to replace the last, if we have heard, of our mobile homes. So that means that rather than putting people in very expensive bed and breakfast, we can put them in decent accommodation until we can home them on a permanent basis. Housing regeneration, well, that's basically what we're going to spend on our housing. As you can see, there is sorry, that's, we're getting some feedback. That's quite a big amount of money, and that feeds into things like Gorse Ride, our strategic housing residential portfolio, and also the housing delivery. There is the gypsies aren't mine, so I won't go to them. So what you're looking at there really is our aspirations with regards to housing and delivering housing in the borough, both affordable and housing through the HRA, which the phase 2 at Grovelands will be funded by. Any questions?
Before we take questions, if we can complete investment and regeneration. So
yep,
Harry, can you pick up feasibility case for new crematorium?
Barry? Anyone there?
Do you want me to cover it?
Yeah, cover that one, and then the Gypsy Roma Traveller.
Yeah, I understand the Gypsy Roma Traveller wanted that is for a new site that we will try and locate next year. So that's carried over from the previous capital programme. The feasibility case for developing a new crematorium. This is about site identification, which I understand has happened, and then it's actually about the consultants' work to complete the feasibility work, and then to do the initial planning and development and implementation. And as you can see there, it's covered in the information on 27 to 30. But also the part of the information that's covered in there, which I'm guessing some of the members might ask, is it's to not only create a facility for our borough, but also that there is an income stream attached to this facility. So it's a good thing for the borough to have as an ongoing project that will help recoup to repay some of the capital investment over time as well. And it's something that our residents would value.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Carnival Pool area redevelopment. I'm sure many people are aware that Wokingham Town Centre regeneration was effectively in 3 phases. This is the 3rd phase, and all of this is self-funding. All of the costs associated with this scheme go into a ring fence, and then the rental generation comes through, and it surpasses the cost of borrowing, then pays down the borrowing, and then in time unencumbered rental income, maybe to the tune of about £5 million, is available for the council taxpayer. Obviously the town centre regeneration is about a lot more than money, and it's about the stimulation of the economy. Planned spending of the £200 million borrowing capacity for what was for investment. So we had 100 million some years back, then we had a second 100 million agreed. This is the tail end of that. The PWLB regulations, that's Public Works Loan Board regulations, are now much stricter in terms of what we can borrow our money and spend it on. So although we had already moved that way in terms of our practice. We are now going to focus the money very much on housing to both address the housing need across the borough, but also we can make a return on that, and also to continue our policy of regeneration akin to Wokingham Town Centre regeneration, continue that type of where can we buy properties that add a regeneration benefit for the community, which those two things would very much qualify under the new PWLB guidelines, and they would obviously be a benefit for the community. They would generate a return, and this isn't a big deal for us because we had over the past year moved to investment approach as opposed to purely commercial. Thank you, Guy. Over to you to take questions.
Chairman, if I may apologise for my short absence there. I was caught out with a comfort break, so my sincere apology, and thank you, Chris, for jumping in and saving me there. And a crematorium project is well deserved by the borough residents. I think we need one, and we need to do that pretty efficiently and soon. Thank you, Chris.
Yes, just my comment was on the crematorium was effectively it looks perhaps the most sound business case I've seen in a while in the documentation. I know location still is up in the air from our point of view, but the fact is, the matter is, it looks like it completely pays off within, I believe it said 8 years or 7 years, I forget the line. And after that, effectively, it is a
the money spinner.
I really didn't want to use that term.
No. I'd slow down, guys. I'd slow down,
Yeah, it basically pays for itself, which, yeah. Okay. Paul.
It's a service we need.
Yes.
Thank you, Guy. Yeah, crematorium, the project description, pages 27-30, states, with the aim of carrying out the construction of the crematorium in 21-22. Then 3 lines from the end, it then states, the construction of the crematorium will take place at the end of 22-23 through to early 23. One of those is right, and I'm not sure which one it is.
Do you want to take it, Chris, or shall I?
I actually think that the 22-23 is correct because it might have slipped, but I will check. If you've got the information in front of you, Parry, fine, but I'll just check rather than tell a lie, Paul. I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't.
No, I know you always check your facts, Chris.
Paul, it's a good question. Let's hope that the planning permission is forthcoming spring of next year, and construction can start later on, and we should be in a good position to have that work completed in early 2013.
23.
Just says 23. My apologies. It's that time of the night.
So I take it WBC owns the land.
I believe Nigel's got his hand.
If I could just perhaps step in, Chair. Yes.
Nigels.
We do own the land, yes, and I think, apologies about the dates, but yes, the intention is to hopefully get planning in next year, start by the end of the year, with the view of developing it during 22, with it be ready to go live in 23. So apologies about the confusion on the dates.
Yeah. So therefore, does that mean that the budget's changed? Because you've got a budget allocation of 3.3 million for 21-22, and if you're not starting until 22-23 on the ground.
I think because we're not sure as yet of how quickly we can move forward with the planning, and there may be it may need to change, but at the moment the intention is to start during the next financial year.
Okay, so does that mean that has the same impact on page 29, the savings, because it's showing there's income in the first year. So if you're not operational until 2023, then you won't be getting that income.
Right. Take your point. We'll certainly make that amendment. Yeah.
Can I assure you, Paul, if you went to the savings lines that were presented here, I think they were under resources and assets actually. We didn't introduce savings till at least the tail end of year 2, maybe year 3, but there certainly isn't anything in for year 1. So I can only say that it's the capital bid form was filled in liberally, let's say, but we haven't taken the credit into our council tax calculation.
Okay, because what I'm going off is this bid form document on page 29, which states that there is savings coming on year 1. Okay, thank you for that. Oh yeah, yeah. So phase 2 Groveland's Winnersh, fully support that. I think that's a very, very justifiable bid, and you get a return very, very quickly on that. I think that's very, very helpful. But then the housing and regeneration, pages 62 to 65, and the strategic residential portfolio. There's no detail, there's no justification, and there's no risk on any of those. And with Grovelands, there is lots of information which, for members, when you read through that, you get a full understanding of what's happening. But to read the strategic residential portfolio and the housing regeneration, looking at those bids, I haven't got a clue. And you're spending a huge amount of money, 11.8 million and 54.8 million in the 3 years.
Okay, I can start on that, and John might want to come in as well. The housing and regeneration, page 62 to 65, that's already been approved by council. So council have approved 2 tranches of £100 million to invest in worthwhile causes around the community and to make a return. So it was initially under the commercial banner. So this is simply enacting that policy that has already been agreed by council. It's just that we couldn't spend £100 million all in one go. Exactly what we spend it on, we don't know, other than they will be primarily housing and regeneration activities. So whether they're strategically placed shops, for example, or housing provision, affordable, or even a mix of affordable, private, that type of thing. The same is true of strategic residential portfolio. And actually, Nigel might want to add to this as well, because this is also linked with WBC limited loans as well. But John Kaiser has set out many times a strategy of 145. So that's, what was that? 100 houses over
4 years with a 5% return.
Exactly. And those 3 lines, housing and regen, WBC limited loan, and strategic residential property, are all substantial contributors to that, albeit the top line, housing and regeneration, will also enable investments, or let's say, the council investing in assets that are other than housing but have alternative community benefits. I hope that helps a bit. I don't know, John, if you want to add anything.
Thank you for the explanation, Graham. But this is a public document, and a member of the public reading that, or myself, and I might not have been involved in something previous, it does not give you that background information of why you're looking to spend all of that money. And I think it needs to be in those documents. You know, I picked on phase 2 Grovelands at Winnersh, and it's all set out very, very well, and you can get a full understanding of what is happening and why you want to spend that money, where these particular two are just totally blank. When I first looked at it, I thought it was a blank template that was sat at the end of the document.
If I just try and put some bones around that for you, Paul. The reason phase 2 of Grovelands is clear is because that project has all been agreed, with the exception of planning permission. That's gone through Tulip. Everybody's agreed what it is. They know the cost of the units, and basically, provided planning's achieved, they will get delivered. So that's a costed project. The 145 is a different project in the sense that it's an aspiration for us to build on land owned by the council, to acquire homes from developers such as S106 Homes. And so we don't actually know how we're going to how that's going to pan out. I mean, but we have to make the provision. If we don't put a provision in, there will be nothing there to enable us to take our housing programme forward. Now, we know what we want to do. We want to build 1,000 homes over a period of 4 years, and we want to make a return of 5%. Which is our strategic objective. Now, I would agree with you that in the document there should be a reference to the council's strategic objective with regards to their delivering of homes. Okay, and if there was a project, take Gorse Ride for instance, that's a project. We know what's going to happen there. We know what we're going to deliver. We know how many homes are going to deliver there, but we don't necessarily know what we're going to do we may pick up 50 S106 homes tomorrow from a developer. We may say, look, we'll buy your affordable housing off you because we are a registered provider and we can do that. So that's a bit more difficult, but I do agree with you, and I do think maybe in the document what we do need to do is talk about our strategic objective around the delivery of housing in the borough and the reasons we're doing it.
Yeah, it does reference the 145, but I appreciate that could have been expanded to be clearer.
Thank you, John, for agreeing with me. I think for the future, it definitely needs some explanation there, because members of the public or any other members who have not been involved in it will not understand why you're looking to spend all of this money.
No, I understand that.
Thank you.
And it's a good news story, so we should be telling people about it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Shirley.
Thank you, Guy. I just wanted to just quickly touch on the crematorium. Obviously, I've got no issue with the borough having a crematorium. I think it's a great idea, and as you say, it will make money in due course. I think we just need to be absolutely sure that it's got to be the greenest and most carbon efficient sort of crematorium it can possibly be, because we don't want it to scupper our carbon neutrality plans. And I know that there are now electric furnaces that run off solar power and all manner of things like that, so hopefully that will all be considered. I'm sure it will. And the only thing I would take issue with actually is under the vision priorities, item 4 there, it says tackling traffic congestion in specific areas, yes, and it says explore different private and public transport options to reduce congestion and improve journeys. And I'm kind of trying to get my head around how that was going to work with the crematorium in terms of public transport and so on, because I can't imagine that many people would be wanting to attend funerals on public transport, to be honest.
Well, I understand that. I would say that the possible location of this is an award of somebody who I'm very friendly with. So I will be making sure that I will be discussing with him to make sure that it is as green as it possibly can be. It's surrounded by an arboretum and it fits in well with the surrounding countryside. I will be very keen to make sure that that happens.
Good.
I totally agree with you, Shirley, that it needs to be carbon friendly. We need to reduce our carbon footprint going forward to 2030. Everything that can possibly be done to actually reduce our carbon footprint will be done, and that's uppermost in our minds to keep our 2030 carbon friendly target in our minds, and it will be carbon friendly. It has to be. There's no question about it, and I totally agree with John that whoever he's friendly with, it needs to be discussed with the local member, and if that member doesn't agree, then he'll have me to deal with him.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. Abdul, then Clive.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to Graham. Capital investment 250 million. Investment regeneration 72, 15 and 12. Is there any overlap with Section 106 money in it? Are they all separate or are they overlapping each other? I'm getting a bit confused after hearing.
When you referred to capital investment 250 million, that was the total slide that I presented at the beginning. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. The 215 million year one is the totality of all of the council's capital ambitions, intentions, translated into budgets to spend. They are funded from a whole host of different sources, some being Section 106, some being the newer world of SIL, some being capital receipts, others being grant. Also borrowing is in there as well. So it's wherever we can lever in money, all of that is combined together to produce a capital program where everything is in one place, as opposed to just have the schemes that are funded by one source and schemes funded by another source. Everything's brought together, so it does indeed include those schemes that are funded by Section 106 or SIL.
Thank you. Thank you for your clarification, Graham. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Abdul. Clive?
Yeah, thank you, Guy. Just one brief comment. I think it's quite disappointing that Stuart wasn't here to explain these bids that he is down as the lead member for. No quibble at all with what John and Graham said to us, but I do think that the lead member should actually be here to talk to this committee. Can I just ask a question about Gorse Ride regeneration? And I guess this is definitely you, John. How many houses in phase 2 are going to be knocked down, and how many built? So what would the net increase or decrease of houses be?
Well, I think the best thing I can ask my friend Nigel Bailey, who I'm sure has got the answer to that for you, Clive.
Yeah, thanks, John. Off the top of my head, will be eventually be 249 new housing on Gorse Ride, of which 179 will be intended to be affordable. I will double check the figures as we speak, but my understanding is that it's around about 180 affordable. But if you give me about 2 seconds, Clive, just while you talk about something else, I will find out the exact number for you and let you know.
Okay. All right. Yep. Thanks. And I have a question, Parry, on the crematorium, the budget that we're saying it is going to be £6 million. The one that originally came out just over a week ago suggested it was 4 million.
It's absolutely right, Clive. Yeah. I think there was an error there as well. We're talking about 4 million altogether, including the construction plus bits and pieces and contingency. It's budget requested is 4 million.
It's 4 million or 6?
4.
4. All right. Because this paper says.
Yeah, I apologise for that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, the first one says 4.
I'll take that, Perry.
Sorry?
I'll take that if it's 4.
Okay.
It's a bit more road maintenance then, perhaps.
No. We've got plans for that.
Yes.
I think that's about it.
So, guys, that the end of questions on this?
I think so, unless Abdul's had another question come in.
Probably an old
I think his hand might be stuck up.
Yeah,
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Parry, your hand's just shot up.
Chairman, I just wanted to say my parting words, really. I'm very pleased to say that my portfolio is fairly wide, but waste management and leisure services is the two items that I'm very pleased to say that in the last 10 difficult months during the COVID pandemic, and particularly now that we're in Tier 4, we have successfully managed to collect the borough's waste on a weekly basis, which are very proud of that service. For our residents and other authorities are struggling to collect their waste every 2 or every 3 weeks, and therefore I'm totally indebted to and thankful to our very professional, dedicated staff in managing our weekly waste collection. It's a superb achievement. And finally, although Tier 4 has forced us to close our leisure services, but these leisure services are vitally important for the mental well-being of our residents, whether they are elderly, young, gym enthusiasts, children, young children playing rugby and football, or even our play areas. So I'm very pleased that we offer these fantastic facilities for our residents, and thank you.
Okay, shall I continue, Guy?
Continue.
Okay, right, so the final theme, just checking, yes, it is the final theme, is road and transport, and all of these fall under the lead member, Pauline.
Right, thank you very much. So following up the back end of this, none of these I would imagine are a surprise to you. We've got between the two structural maintenance lines, which I can't see the names of, but the improvement to carriageway and the WIS line, 5 to 6 million of structural maintenance. A year ago, I told you we were going to increase the structural maintenance over 3 years by 130%, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're spending more money on trying to make our roads better and better and deal with potholes more efficiently and get them resurfaced better. So that's what those lines are about. You can see the SCAPE line, 71 million in the first year. That's the completion of things like the Arborfield Relief Road, the South Woking Distributor Road. There's other roads to finish, the Winnis Relief Road, the North Woking Road, and then it starts to reduce in year 2 and year 3. Obviously, the highway strategy may well then come up with more road requirements to fill those gaps, but at the moment, this is the peak in year 1, going down as we finish those major roads. And the only other item to talk about there, I think, is the California Crossroads improvement, which you can see in year 1. That is required by the Arborfield SDL, and again, that will be coming forward next year. I think that's probably all I want to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And I would just add on that, because it's important context, is although it's an eye-watering £94 million, if you look at the percentage funded by general fund, there's a string of zeros there, including against the 71 million, which indicates that this comes from predominantly, if not in total, Section 106 and SIL.
Yeah. I was about to ask that if it was because of that percentage general fund, which is this is a very useful part to see that. Does anyone have any questions? The only quip I'd make is, does that mean we need to rename 9 Mile Ride if we're extending it?
Very good. 9.25 mile ride.
Paul.
You're muted, Paul.
It's the motto of 2020.
Yeah, that's the first time I've done that tonight. I must be getting to the end of the road.
Feels like it. So very good.
Oh God.
Oh dear. Shall I close the presentation now, Guy? And
I'll just mute everybody.
If the puns keep going, I will.
Okay, California Crossroads.
Yeah.
What's the position with the consultation on that scheme, Pauline? Because I remember there was a consultation, I think it was probably a couple of years ago, and there was a lot of issues with that, and I haven't seen anything since.
Well, there seems to be a split opinion about California Crossroads, depending on who you ask. There was a consultation on it. It was a requirement of the building of the Arborfield SDL. So, there has been consultation on it, and this is the money to actually do it.
Okay, so that's been being designed up now with that all in mind, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah. So the funding, which is all developer funding, what's the deadline for spending that?
It'll depend on the individual item. I do not know, Paul. I need to go through the individual items. It
won't be a problem with the SDL, because the SDL rolls on for years, Paul.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Arborfield's going to be continued at least another 10, maybe 15 years even, to deliver all those homes out, because remember, it's not just Arborfield, but you're talking about the Finchampstead bit, which was the old Merino land, which is another 1,500 homes.
Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you for that. When I look back at this time last year, in this year's budget, there was 1.23 million for this scheme. What's happened to that? Because the 447 has remained the same.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Right. So in this year's budget, this year, there was 1.23 million to be spent on California Crossroads.
I believe Andy can answer that. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, I expect we hadn't spent it.
Andy?
Exactly. Paul, sorry, it's like a lot of these projects, they are multi-year projects, and the initial stages of the project are profiled over a number of years. And as John says, there will have been money in this year for spend. We have done some design work in terms of detailed design on it. We've done some consultation. I'm sure that will have taken up quite a bit of the budget, but whatever is left over in this year will roll into the next year in terms of getting the thing constructed.
Okay. Thanks for that, Andy. In year 2, there's a 0, and then you got the 350 in year 3.
I was wondering that myself. So please, Andy, can you answer that one?
Funding.
I suspect it's an error, but I don't know. Andy?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It could be around things like the final safety audit and things like that. Paul.
Could be, yeah.
Once you've constructed something, there might be some expenditure once it's operational.
Be surprised there's a year's gap, though.
Yeah.
Well, it might be that you're right. It's unlikely there'll be a year's gap, but as you say, I think there's a chance, given that where we are, that some of that expenditure in 2022 will slip into 2022, 23. As John always says, these projects tend to do that.
I can assure you, Paul, if we don't need it, we won't spend it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Last question, Paul, because we are approaching the very hard limit.
My last question then. On page 34, it states the existing drainage network's completely collapsed and blocked. Has that now been allowed for in the budget, considering the budget's the same as what it was last year when you didn't know about that?
Well, if we're going to rebuild the crossroads, presumably we'll be having to rebuild the drainage, because otherwise it'd be in the wrong place.
Well, the budget's the same as it was last year.
But if we're rebuilding a crossroads, you don't rebuild the crossroads and leave the drainage the same. You replace it so regardless of whether it's broken or not, you're still going to have to build it again.
But there's additional costs there, and you haven't increased your costs in year one.
Why should the costs increase?
Because your drainage is all collapsed.
But sorry, I'm not a highways engineer, but if I'm and so maybe Andy can add.
Andy, come in here.
Go on then.
Yeah. So Paul, you're absolutely right. As we went through that detailed design, we did see it's not a drainage collapsed on the, as I understand it, on the crossroads itself. It's where the drainage drains to that there's a collapse. Right. But you're right. All these projects have unforeseen things that crop up. Yeah. Currently, we have the same budget. We're going forward with. This process started quite a while back. But I think Graham has outlined, as part of the capital programme, we have a corporate contingency. And if one of these projects overspends for a particular reason that we can't avoid, then there's an ability for us to bid for some of that corporate contingency to cover any additional costs. You're right, it's a risk.
Yeah,
Paul, what we're doing is we have a supplementary budgeting, which we've never really done much of in the past. They've just spent it in places like Children's Services. In future, if anybody wants to come forward now, because we hold a contingency at the centre, you have to submit a supplementary budget. OK, and of course, those budgets do go through the executive.
Yeah. OK, thank you very much.
OK, so is it?
Yeah, I'm afraid that's it. We are effectively out of time, which...
Happy Christmas.
I think the first thing I need to do in a quick summation is thank everyone for this evening. This has not been the succinct meeting that I thought it was going to be. So much for that thinking some weeks ago. If anyone has any further questions, please do submit them in writing, and we will. And I'm certain that executive members and officers will respond in due kind. Next meeting will be in January, so any important questions, we will get on with that. All I can say then, therefore, is to basically wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and thank everyone. And the committee thanks once again everyone for attending this evening. This has been a mammoth session.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, Merry
Thank you very
Christmas,
much.
everyone.
Thank you,
Merry
Graham.
Christmas.
Thank you, Brian.
Cheers all, good night.